about $21 billion. As it stands now, how much has been retrieved? That is a big question that everybody will be asking. We know that the Attorney General is working. Yesterday there was an update from the OSP about the Ken Ofarate's incident or issue, and so Ghanaians want to hear more. Ghanaians want to see more. If not prosecution, just retrieve this money for us. If whether up to the $20+ billion or less, we want to know. We want to see what is actually being done to retrieve this money back into our coffers, because it will go a long way to support our economy. And so yes, it's important. I understand why people are calling on the ORA report. What is being done about it? It is very critical, but you shouldn't forget that it is 14 months now, as we speak, and nothing much has been done. Let me put it that way. Even though we say that it will take time when it comes to prosecution and going through all this process, but yes, 14 months is enough to put people before trials and all those stuff and retrieve as much as we can. And so yes, if they are asking about the ORA, it is important. It's a legitimate call from the people of Ghana looking into this matter, because they gave us a lot of assurances about how they're going to deal with past corrupt officials. State capture, state lands, how they are retrieving all these things, state properties, how they're going to ensure that they recover all these things back to the country. And so, Randy, if they are calling on expectations on the ORA, they are right. It's a genuine concern that they are raising. Personally, we are all looking forward to that, because we want to see a lot of, the prosecutions that they made mention. When NDC was in opposition, we shouldn't forget, like I said, ORA was very, very dominant in the campaign. Time for the NDC, the campaign messages that Operation Recover All Loot. We are bringing all looted, state properties back to the states, and so we want to see more in that regard.
Well, so that is it. Godfred has also added his voice to it, because any failure in ORA will mean that the government has shot themselves in the foot, because this was a major campaign promise. Now the slow pace of dealing with the cases is what is raising quite a number of eyebrows here and there, but hopefully we find something cogent from the cases in the coming up days as well. So most especially the president will touch on that as well this morning as far as the Sona is concerned. Yes, so but away from the issues about corruption, oral here and there, Galamsey is still staring at us in the face. The quest to clamp down on Galamsey, look at what government has put in place, the various intervention policies here and there. Does it look good? Are we on track?
Randy, so far, if you look at the experts and what they are saying about what they are seeing on the grounds, they are commending the president and the government for their fight at the moment, because the establishment of IMOs, raiding in a lot of forest reserves to capture all these Galamsey, sacking them from the forests and the now forests and water bodies and all those stuff. They've been giving them good.
Thank you for staying with us. This is our special coverage of the 2026 State of the Nation address. Now, President John Dramani Mahama will, for the second time since returning to office, present his address to Parliament, outlining government's performance over the past year and setting the tone for the months ahead. Last year, in his first address since returning to office, the president outlined government's research agenda aimed at stabilizing the economy, tackling unemployment and strengthening governance. He pledged fiscal discipline, enhanced transparency, and bold reforms to stimulate growth and expand opportunities for citizens. Now, the address also highlighted youth empowerment, infrastructure, development, and improved social services as central pillars of national progress. Joining me in studio. Of course, we're going to go through some of the data and some of the information that was available in 2025 State of the Nation's address. We'll break it all down as well, and anticipating how the coming months in this year would be in the State of the Nation's address that is presented by the President. And of course, Kofi is right here in studio to put some meaning to some of the data and the numbers that you have seen.
Well, I think the first thing we even need to look at is the president's attire for the day, right? And it looks like these days our presidents are beginning to create a certain unique identity for themselves when it comes to Sona presentation. I remember the former president, Akufo-Addo, used to wear sort of black suits and a grey tie throughout his 8 years of addressing the nation during the Sona. President John Dramani Mahama, on the other hand, we are seeing is continuing with the fugu, and that became very popular when he went to Zambia. But it's also important to put across that somewhere around 2025, around this same time when he was addressing the nation for the first time, in his second stanza, wore a similar fugu, and it wasn't without it was without the cap or the hat, and this time around he's wearing a similar one. That should tell you that that continuity in terms of identity. But we also need to put across that if you look at the mode of the house currently, it looks like a crow. Why do I say that? It looks like there's the black side of the house and there's the white side of the and all of that. But if you look at it, you see a black side of the house and a white side of the house, where I'm beginning to think that the majority side are celebrating progress, while the minority side possibly have a lot of issues to talk about, from cocoa farmer, what they call the haircuts, to the president's inability maybe to solve the illegal mining menaces and all of that. So that is the mode, the situation in the house where the minority are in black, which is not something new, right? Because we always see that happening whenever Sona is about to be delivered, where the majority side will always celebrate, while the minority side will look, to be in black and possibly have a lot to say when the president comes in. But it's important. And for one thing that I also want to draw our attention to is the fact that I remember 2025 February when the president gave his first State of the Nation address. The lady that was sitting beside him when he was delivering that address was a Chief Justice.
Yep.
Gertrude Tokonu. And today you look at the room and she's not there. She's been replaced by another person. Bafuboni will actually take her place, and he's already seated waiting for the president and the vice. You can see some cheers and jubilation in the house, where the finance minister was actually pictured, and you could see the majority side cheering. I could actually pick an inference that maybe So we'll go in house and listen to some of the sound, maybe counter sounds from the majority side and the minority side. Yeah, so I also saw the First Lady, and she was sitting by the Chief of Staff. And remember when, unfortunately, we lost the 8 gallant men, she was seen being consoled by the Chief of Staff most of the occasion. And today she's sitting by him again, and the President will be in the chamber very soon. The Chief Justice Bafuboni is already seated, waiting for the President, Speaker of Parliament, and the Vice President to join. But we painted a picture for you what it looks like in the House of currently, where it looks like a white and black, demarcated house, where the minority side cornered at one side with cladded in black, and the majority also one side in white. You see Collins Dowda in your shot smiling, and I've seen Broja Jemfi also in the house. There are talks around whether the president will speak about when he's going to appoint a new defense minister. I think that will be one thing he will address today. Give us an update on the helicopter crash, maybe way forward in how they promised to retool the Ghana Armed Forces. We know budgetary allocations was actually improved. A significant component of Ghana's, budgetary allocation for 2026 went to the Armed Forces retooling, and it will be interesting to see what the president will say about that. But today's, and in your shot there is the former president, the gentle Jack, Jerry John Ajikun Kufuor, in your shot there, cladded in blue with his, white tucked in his pockets, and he's having a conversation there with some members who have also joined him. A number of dignitaries will come in today, and he's known to be, one of the former president who is usually at,
very present.
Very present at Sona's and national events. And you see in your shot also the man, whose work will be spoken about a lot today, because Aura will be big, and you saw the Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Anyene, in your shot there, because Aura will be big today. Progress made so far, the president will speak about it. But generally, we expect the president to go heavy on the economy, on the energy sector, education, where he told Parliament in his first Sona that I, President John Dramani Mahama, will not abolish the free SHS. I stand here to tell you that I'm going to improve upon it. And we saw that in his budgetary allocations, where more than 3 billion cedis was allocated to the free SHS. And in your shot there is the energy minister, the newly minted doctor. He is speaking less now, solving issues. And if you know, the energy sector is one that certainly has the probability of plunging the country into debt. And I remember when the president took over, it was one of the ministries. If you look at it, he and his brother, you can see his brother on the other hand, smiling and laughing. His brother is in black, while he himself, the energy minister, John Jinapor, is in white. With the president in the lobby, they're heading to the chamber with some dignitaries. He will be in the chamber very soon with the Speaker of Parliament. I can see the president in a similar smock he wore, delivering the 2025 State of the Nation address. We will expect him to also speak heavy on the health sector. Environment will be very key, and MFR health sector, because we all know what is happening to doctors who are possibly refusing posting to some rural areas. GMA has spoken about it, and they say that, well, doctors are committed, but if you are posting people to rural areas, you need to make sure that you give them what they need to be able to actually go and serve. Environment will be key, because this will house illegal mining of galamsey. Security will be also key, because we recently, or in the last 2 weeks, have been speaking about the 8 who lost their, 8 traders who lost their lives, trying to get some tomatoes from Burkina Faso. Security issues, we understand. There is that jihadist attack, not just on the borders of Ghana, between Ghana and Burkina Faso, but also in Ivory Coast. A similar instance is happening, where the US has even updated their travel alerts, increasing the level, telling US citizens to be wary when traveling to Ivory Coast. A similar situation also happening there. So the president, we expect to speak on security issues. In your shots are the leaders of the two caucus and the speaker himself, the vice president also following suit with aide-de-camp, a female. I'm very glad. And the president will expect to be in your shots very soon. A defense, president coming in with, the similar fugu he wore in his first State of the Nation address. And he will take his seat. The national anthem will be sung very soon. The speaker will do some house matters before the president begins to mount the podium to actually speak to the nation. Security, I said, will be key. Road infrastructure will also be key. I understand the national anthem is being sung. So if you could listen to that.
Honorable members, this is the Chamber of Parliament. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the President of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August September. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, permit me to recognize the presence in this chamber the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we are blessed with the presence of not only His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, but also his spouse, the First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We also have the presence of the Vice President, the First Lady in Ghana to be a Vice President. Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. We have His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Kwadwo Bafubone. Honorable members, he did not come alone. He came with his spouse, who, as you all know, is the Director General of the Prison Service. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I'm talking about Mrs. Patience Bafubone. Surely we have the presence of your lordships, justices of the Superior Court with us here. We also have the chairman of the Council of State and the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Edward Do Ajaho. we have the presence of the former president, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. Honorable members, I have a formal communication from His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He expresses his gratitude to the invitation for him to be here. Unfortunately, for good reason, he is not able to attend this occasion.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Honorable members, he, however, extends his best wishes to you and to His Excellency the President on this occasion. Honorable members, we also have the presence of the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Sechi Hughes. I know that a lot of you are young, so you may not recollect some of these people. Honorable members, we also have a number of the members of the Council of State who are here today. We have also the presence of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. Honorable members, we have with us the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Mike Aaron Okoye. We have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and we have the acting National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Dankwa Smith Bute. Honorable members, we have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fifi Fievi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. For sure, we have, as usual, our brothers and sisters in the diplomatic corps. Many of them are here with us, and they are distinguishedly seated at the public gallery. We also have the heads of the various security services. We have our revered traditional leaders, religious leaders, and the former clerks to Parliament. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome all of them to the House. Now, I have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
The Chief Justice, the good people of Ghana, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and let me proceed on the protocol so well established by the Speaker and say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a profound honor and a constitutional duty to appear before this august House to deliver a message on the state of the nation as required by Article 67 of our Constitution. I do this with the perspective and through decades of public service, including my time in this very chamber as a member of Parliament representing Bole Bamboy, and my previous term of office as President of the Republic from 2012 to 2017. My journey in public service, like that of our nation, has not followed a straight path. It has been marked by periods of steady progress and then by setbacks and by determined recovery. Mr. Speaker, that pattern of resilience mirrors the national experience of our nation. And today I stand before you to speak to another such defining moment, a moment in which our nation is on the rebound of national renewal and of restored hope. This moment is being shaped by hard choices, institutional resolve, and a renewed commitment to stability and national purpose. Mr. Speaker, in just a few days, on 6th March 2026, our dear nation Ghana will celebrate 69 years of independence on the theme Building Prosperity, Restoring Hope. This theme is not merely ceremonial, it is the blueprint that guides our administration's vision and actions. It reflects where we have been, it acknowledges the difficulties we have endured, and confidently declares the direction in which we are headed. At the heart of this vision are two complementary and mutually reinforcing agendas. One, the Resetting Ghana agenda, and two, the Accra Reset. The Resetting Ghana agenda is our national commitment to restore economic stability, rebuild public trust in our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and deliver tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. It is about turning the page on years of mismanagement and confronting our challenges with honesty, and charting a new course anchored in fiscal discipline, transparency, and sustainable development. The Accra Reset, on the other hand, is our continental commitment. It recognizes that Ghana's prosperity cannot be separated from Africa's progress. It calls for a fundamental shift in how African nations relate to one another and to the world, from dependence to self-reliance, from fragmentation to integration, and from reactive postures to strategic leadership. Mr. Speaker, these two agendas are deeply interlinked because we cannot build lasting prosperity at home without contributing to stability and growth across our continent. Equally, we cannot lead effectively on the continental stage if our own house is not in order. Together, these frameworks demonstrate our determination to restore hope, not merely as a promise, but as a lived reality of Ghanaians and Africans alike. As we build on the foundation laid in 2025, the first year of my return to the presidency, we do so with clarity of purpose, unity of action, and confidence in our ability to deliver a future worthy of our people's sacrifice and their aspirations. Mr. Speaker, this moment of national renewal unfolds against the backdrop of a world in profound flux. The global order we once knew is being rapidly reshaped, and the so-called rule-based international system endures only as long as it protects the advantages of those who designed it. Once emerging nations like ours begin to operate within those same rules to rebalance power, the very architects of that order prove willing to relax their commitments. Ghana, like many nations, has learned this hard truth. We cannot respond to this new reality with fragmentation, hesitation, or continued dependence. History has long taught us that resilience and prosperity will not be handed to us. They must be built deliberately through cooperation, self-belief, and strategic alignment. This era ahead demands that Africa must move from a posture of dependence to one of collective self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it is in this spirit that Ghana has sought to play a convening and catalytic role on the continent. In the middle of last year, our capital, Accra, hosted African heads of state, policymakers, and development partners for a landmark health sovereignty summit. Together, we charted a new roadmap for healthcare financing and collaboration among African nations. And that message was clear. Africa must take ownership of its health security, pool its resources, deepen collaboration, and design financing solutions that reflect our realities rather than external prescriptions. Strong economies require healthy populations, and health sovereignty is inseparable from economic sovereignty. The same logic applies to trade, industry, and economic growth. Africa's future lies in dismantling our artificial borders, removing bottlenecks that stifle commerce, and fully activating a common market that allows our goods, services, and capital and ideas to move freely across the continent. No single African country, no matter how well endowed, can thrive alone in this new global environment. Rather, when we work together, our combined markets, our youthful populations, our natural resources, and our creativity will constitute one of the greatest economic opportunities of this century. Africa must summon the courage to shape its own destiny, building genuine sovereignty across Africa. The Global South requires a deliberate and disciplined plan, one that begins with unlocking the immense human and creative potential of our young people, strengthening regional value chains to add value to what we produce, mobilizing domestic capital to finance our own development, and speaking with a single, coordinated, and confident voice in global affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is how Africa can move from promise to power, from participation to leadership, and from dependence to self-reliance. The path forward is clear. Africa must rise with confidence, unity, and purpose. And Ghana stands ready not only to rebuild at home, but also to work hand in hand with our African brothers and sisters to shape a future that is defined by shared strength, dignity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we have resolved here in Ghana to operate with our eyes open, to protect our sovereignty, and to design policies that place our people first. We'll continue to engage with the world, but on terms that reflect our interests. We will uphold global norms, but we will not outsource our judgment. And we will build resilience at home so that shifts in external power do not translate into hardship for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, when I last came before this House, I spoke candidly about the depth of the challenges we had inherited across all facets of our nation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere was this national malaise more evident than in the economic sector. We inherited an economy in severe crisis, burdened by unsustainable debt, high inflation, a rapidly depreciating currency, and an escalating cost of living crisis that had left our citizens reeling from unimaginable hardship caused by years of general imprudence and reckless management of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I was clear from the outset that recovery would not come easily. But I was also clear that I'll stop at nothing to turn this situation around and bring relief to Ghanaians. I promised then that just as I have confronted and overcome crisis in the past, I'll reset our economy and return us to a path of growth, progress, and development. Mr. Speaker, I told this August House then, when I appeared before you last year, that we would have to take tough, prudent, and necessary decisions to restore stability and credibility. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can say to you with confidence, Ghana is back. Ghana is working again. And Ghana is open for business. The fundamentals are improving, and the path to sustained acceleration is very clear to everyone. From the outset, we resolve to choose discipline over waste, reform over excuses, and stability over speculation. As a responsible government, our first order of business was to halt the economic hemorrhaging and restore order to our public finances. We tightened expenditure and commitment controls. We improved payables reporting and conducted a comprehensive audit of 2024 commitments to restore credibility and discipline. Mr. Speaker, these measures have begun to deliver some of the most remarkable economic outcomes in decades. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the celebration of our 69th independence anniversary, we do so not only with pride in our past, but also with renewed hope for our future. We are building prosperity through sound policy, responsible governance, and inclusive growth. We are restoring hope by delivering on our promises and proving that good leadership makes a measurable difference in our people's lives. The Resetting Ghana agenda is working. The Accra Reset is gaining momentum. And together they are laying the foundation for a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our nation is on the runway. It is in takeoff mode. And you are all advised to fasten your seatbelts. Continues, and the direction is set, and the hope is real. Our theme today of building prosperity, restoring hope is not merely aspirational. It reflects the tangible transformation we have delivered for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, our economy has grown significantly. In 2025, Ghana's GDP is expected to reach $113 billion, an increase from $83 billion at the end of 2024. This has placed Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, average GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2025 is reported at 6.1%. But growth means nothing without discipline. Our primary surplus reached 2.6% of GDP, far exceeding our target of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we closed our fiscal deficit at 3.1%, well below the projected 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, this is not prudent governance. It is promise-keeping. And it has benefited households and businesses because we have borrowed less and spent more responsibly. Interest rates have fallen, confidence has returned, private businesses are breathing again. Mr. Speaker, the 19th of December 2022 will go down as one of the darkest days in Ghana's economic history. On that day, Ghana declared its inability to honor its debt obligations. We declared a debt default and placed a moratorium on both domestic and foreign debt repayments. Following this, we entered a protracted and complex debt restructuring process. Ghana's debt became a shackle on our economic progress, dragging our nation down into hardship and despair. Looking at Ghana's restructured debt profile, it is clear that those who negotiated on our behalf were only intent on kicking the can down the road. With the largest debt repayments scheduled, interestingly, between 2025 and 2028. Mr. Speaker, we confronted this crisis with action, not rhetoric. We established sinking funds, we restructured obligations, and we pursued bilateral agreements. Mr. Speaker, the result, public debt fell by 82.1 billion Ghana cedis and took our debt to GDP from 61.8% to 45.3%. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the sharpest reductions of debt in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, just this year, after the New Year celebration on January 2nd, when people were still recovering from hangovers, we settled a US 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule. We settled a US dollar 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule, completing the US 1.4 billion in debt service that was meant for 2025. Mr. Speaker, and the world noticed, Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's all upgraded Ghana's credit ratings, the first triple upgrade in many years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's credibility is restored. Ghana is rising. The heaviest burden we inherited was a very high inflation rate, which was silently eroding every household's purchasing power. It peaked at 54.1% at the end of 2022, and it declined to 23.5% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we treated this with urgency. Through fiscal consolidation, currency stabilization, and disciplined monetary policy, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8% over 13 consecutive months by January 2026. Mr. Speaker, and very interesting, food inflation, which had been the main driver of the upward pressure on inflation, fell by 26.6 percentage points. Inflation for locally produced goods fell by 22.6 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. These translate into the reality of a parent being able to put food on the table for their children. It translates into the reality of businesses thriving and creating opportunities for Ghana's young people. Mr. Speaker, petrol prices dropped from 15.2 Ghana cedis to 10.7 cedis per liter. And only recently, it dipped below the 10 cedi mark to 9.97. Diesel fell from 15.4 to 11.3. And this brought relief to our nation's 3.7 million car owners and the tens of millions of Ghanaians who depend on transport daily. Mr. Speaker, to the interesting part. Exchange rate volatility has long been at the heart of hardship in Ghanaian households. We made currency stability a priority, and Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. And I'm pleased to report to this House that the cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the US dollar. And by 30.9% against the British pound, and by 24% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic turnaround is broad-based and comprehensive. All sectors of the Ghanaian economy have witnessed remarkable improvement in our first year in office. And most importantly, Ghana's economy has surpassed the 100 billion mark for the first time. And as I said, it is projected to place Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, our reserves currently stand at $13.8 billion from $8.9 billion at the end of 2024. This covers 5.7 months of import. A key driver of this development has been the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board. By formalizing gold exports, we have reduced smuggling, we have increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63.6 tons to 103 tons. And we've channeled that foreign exchange into our economy. Mr. Speaker, when the cedi stabilizes, imported inflation falls, businesses can plan better, and household incomes improve. Mr. Speaker, as global uncertainty grows, it is necessary for us to reduce our country's exposure to external shocks, break the cycle of economic downturns, and safeguard our macroeconomic stability. Just last Wednesday, 25th February 2026, the Minister for Finance presented the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy to this House. Mr. Speaker, this policy seeks to strengthen our country's external resilience by increasing our international reserves to 15 months of import cover by the end of 2028, supporting long-term structural transformation while safeguarding macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, it is forecast that gold prices will remain high over the next 3 years. And so this presents us with a unique opportunity to build an economic war chest to withstand any global economic shocks, to secure our macroeconomic stability and improve the standards of living of our citizens and build a lasting prosperity for future generations. This is what the GANRAP policy seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we abolished nuisance taxes that were levied on Ghanaians between 2017 and 2024. These included the e-levy, the betting tax, the emission tax, the COVID levy, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we have reformed VAT comprehensively. One, by abolishing the 1% COVID-19 levy, decoupling Get Fund and NHIL from interest rates have fallen from above 30% to currently between 18 and 20%, freeing up credits for businesses and households. And according to the Ghana Statistical Services, over 1 million Ghanaians have found employment between Q1 and Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, and 950,000 Ghanaians dimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that multi-dimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our external position has strengthened significantly. By December 2025, our current account reached 1.5 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024. These achievements have been driven by robust gold cocoa and non-traditional exports, and increased remittance inflows. This improvement demonstrates that our economy is gaining strength and resilience again on the global stage. We've moved decisively from planning to action on our flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. This was officially launched in 2025, and this transformative initiative is designed, 1, to unlock round-the-clock economic activity, 2, deepen our value chains across key sectors, 3, boost productivity and support export growth, and 4, create quality jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this August House. On 6 February 2026, this House passed the 24-Hour Economy Authority Bill. This has established the regulatory framework and the legal mandate that was necessary for full implementation. Last week, at the cabinet meeting held, I had the honor of signing this historic legislation into law. All is now set for takeoff. This is the boldest economic transformation initiative in Ghana's recent history. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, 110 million has been allocated to begin the setting up and implementation of the 24-Hour Economy Authority. These resources will enable businesses to operate beyond traditional business hours. They will attract investment through strategic partnerships with the Development Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and will strengthen the foundations for sustained growth and job creation, especially for our young people. This is about building prosperity and restoring our people's hope through concrete action. Mr. Speaker, a nation that does not learn from past mistakes cannot get out of the cycle of problems that impose hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and unbudgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this as others did and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. Mr. Speaker, the difference between economic hardship and avoiding the same is the exercise of sound economic judgment. And I'm determined to take decisions that ensure our collective well-being and avoid the suffering of all our citizens. These are difficult decisions to take, but Mr. Speaker, I had to take them. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing legislation to this House to tighten our procurement processes by banning sole source contracts, except in exceptional circumstances. We'll also bring legislation to this House to make it mandatory to seek Parliament's prior approval before any government asset or property is leased out or sold. This includes lands and state enterprises. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday I caused the Minister of Finance to lay before this House the value for money office bill. This is a landmark measure, a fulfillment of yet another campaign promise to the good people of Ghana. And this is designed to decisively end waste, inflated contracts, abandoned projects, and chronic cost overruns that have for far too long drained the public purse. All these measures are intended to improve public trust and accountability. Mr. Speaker, in January 2025, we inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse that had been precipitated by a severe financial crisis. The sector was burdened with a staggering debt of 80 billion Ghana cedis, strengthening the operational viability of key power producers. The 500 million World Bank partial risk guarantee, a critical risk mitigation instrument that was established in 2015 during my first term to safeguard the nearly 8 billion of private sector investment that was put into the offshore Cape Trade Points field, had been fully drawn down and exhausted due to prolonged non-payment for gas consumed. Mr. Speaker, at the distribution level, the Electricity Company of Ghana was plagued by high commercial and technical losses, collecting only 62% of the energy it purchased from generators and declaring less than 50% of its collection into the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the result was severe liquidity shortfalls and power challenges throughout 2024. In the petroleum sector, years of policy inconsistency, regulatory inefficiencies, a lack of transparency, prolonged licensing processes, and unresolved legal disputes over field unitization had eroded investor confidence. Consequently, crude oil production declined by approximately 32% between 2019 and 2024. It fell from 71.4 million barrels per day to 48.2 million barrels. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that as of December 31st, 2025, government has fully repaid and restored the entire 500 million World Bank guarantee, including interest. This has reinstated the facility in full and reaffirmed Ghana's standing as a credible and reliable partner on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, I can also announce that we are paying for every gas we are consuming today. In addition, between January and December 2025, through carefully coordinated policy actions, the government settled all outstanding gas invoices that were owed to ENI and Vitol, amounting to approximately $500 million. And so Ghana is now fully up to date with its gas consumption obligations to the Sankofa partners. And I'm pleased to announce that the 2026 budget has made adequate provision to ensure timely payments for all liquid natural gas that we consume going forward. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equity and fairness, the government has also held constructive engagements with Tallow Oil and the Jubilee Field partners, and we've reached a comprehensive roadmap to guarantee full payment for all gas that is consumed. This approach supports reliable nationwide electricity generation and accelerates industrial growth. Engagement with upstream partners has resulted in increased gas production, guided by a clear national vision to rapidly scale up domestic gas supply and reduce reliance on expensive liquid fuels. Mr. Speaker, beyond clearing inherited arrears, a robust framework has also been established to strengthen monitor implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. Another major milestone was the operationalization of the ECG's single holding account, which is overseen jointly by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions and the PURC. This intervention has significantly reduced revenue leakages, and it has enhanced ECG's capacity to meet its payment obligations. To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagements with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debts restructured for payments between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification. Mr. Speaker, under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion. The national electricity access for Ghana today stands at 89.05. We are committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to reliable, affordable electricity. It is worrying that the Electricity Company of Ghana continues to experience high power losses, with reports indicating that around 25% of generated power is lost. To address this phenomenon and anchor the gains we have made, adopting private sector participation, particularly in billing and collection, is the most effective way to significantly reduce these losses. Cabinet has approved the multiple lease method for concessions in the distribution utilities, and work is ongoing to implement this critical reform. Mr. Speaker, the Bui Power Authority has completed an additional 50 megawatts of solar power. In the distributed solar sector, 30 megawatts was achieved through rooftop installations, bringing our total installed capacity to 250 megawatts of solar, and this represents 5% of renewable energy in our entire generation mix. A few months ago, I broke ground for a 200 megawatt solar power project at the Dawa Industrial Zone, with the first 100 megawatts scheduled for completion in December 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions is constructing 35 mini-grids to serve 47 islands and lakeside communities in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. The Ministry will also supply 12,000 new smart net meters from the end of the first quarter of this year, 2026. And under the off-grid solar home system for public institutions, delivery of materials for the first phase of 350 systems has commenced. It means that public institutions are going to be fitted with solar to reduce their power consumption. Mr. Speaker, as part of the last mile electrification effort to achieve 99.98% universal access by 2030, the Ministry has mainstreamed mini-grids into the National Electrification Scheme. Consequently, a feasibility study for the Afram Plains North District was completed for 100 communities to receive solar power, bringing the total number of islands and lakeside communities in the Afram Plains North and South to 150 that are ready for mini-grid solar electrification. I'm pleased to announce that the African Development Bank has committed to providing $100 million to fund the construction of renewable energy-based mini-grids for these communities. Mr. Speaker, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the Jubilee and Tenfield partners to commit another $2 billion to additional investment in the Jubilee field. This will include drilling up to 20 new wells, the first wells being drilled in more than 9 years. Mr. Speaker, there's a second memorandum of intent with the OCTP partners, that's ENI and Vitol, to commit $1.5 billion of additional investment in the OCTP field in the Cape 3 Points Block 4 contract area, among others. This agreement will significantly increase Ghana's oil and gas production, thereby enhancing energy security, domestic demand, and infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, we're on course to revitalize the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company through a strategic partnership with the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, and the Ghana Commercial Bank. This will boost production, ensure a steady supply of safe LPG cylinders, and strengthen local manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce to you that Tema Oil Refinery is back. The The new management of the refinery has successfully completed extensive turnaround maintenance. And I'm pleased to inform you that this August House that for the first time since 2018, the refinery has commenced processing of crude oil into petroleum products again. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our countrymen and women that the energy sector reforms continue unabated. I remain fully committed to turning around the sector, strengthening its foundations, and ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy security for our nation. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to our national renewal. Since January 2025, this administration has embarked on a decisive reset of Ghana's agricultural sector under our Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, with the Feed Ghana program serving as the flagship vehicle for implementation. Our objective is clear: to restore food sovereignty, stabilize food prices, reduce import dependence, increase decent jobs, especially for youth, and reposition agri as a strategic growth sector under our 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, as of January 2025, food inflation stood at 28.3%, following an unprecedented peak of 61% in January 2023. This situation placed severe pressure on households and undermined national stability. Today, food inflation has declined significantly to 4.9%, and this has provided relief to Ghanaian families and businesses. Mr. Speaker, this year we have committed 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stock Company to mop up excess produce, to stabilize prices, and build a strategic national food buffer against emergencies, marking the first time Ghana has deliberately built a food reserve for national resilience. Over 413 institutions, from basic schools through to tertiary institutions, have been registered and are actively participating in the Feed Ghana program. Institutional farming is currently being undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Prison Service, the National Service Authority, basic and second cycle schools, public universities, and faith-based organizations, including churches and mosques. A key pillar of the Feed Ghana program is the home gardening initiative. Across the country, families are being encouraged to grow vegetables at home and in their communities, to reduce food expenditure, improve household nutrition, and enhance food availability. The Feed Ghana program is also firmly anchored on irrigation for wealth creation. Government is deliberately shifting our agriculture from rain-fed dependence to irrigation-based farming to support year-round production and also strengthen our climate resilience. And so over the past months, processes have begun for the following interventions: the construction of 2 new mega dams, the rehabilitation of 8 existing irrigation dams, and the construction of 250 solar-powered boreholes for farming communities and schools across the Northern Belt and Brong-Ahafo regions. In addition, major irrigation schemes, including the Via, Weta, Tanoso, Bong, Ashaman, and Aveime, are undergoing rehabilitation, while new inland valleys covering over 1,300 hectares are being developed to expand rice production. Under the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, we've launched a 20 million agro-input distribution project to strengthen food and nutrition security across the northern Savannah ecological zone. This project is being implemented in 12 districts across 6 regions, with a target of 50,000 farming households, including 30,000 women and youth. It will support the production of key staples such as maize, rice, soya bean, cowpea, granules, while promoting year-round vegetable cultivation through solar-powered micro-irrigation schemes for farmers groups and selected schools. The project is also supporting backyard and commercial poultry production, as well as the distribution of fertilizer and certified seeds to participating districts. This will help strengthen the poultry value chain. We're working to fulfill the promise of establishing farmer service centers across the country to modernize agriculture. Procurement processes are underway for a total of 660 tractors, 400 combine harvesters, and other agricultural equipment and implements. The first 11 farmer service centers will begin construction this year and will provide affordable access to land preparation, harvesting, storage, input supply, extension services, and equipment leasing, especially for smallholder farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to cut salt for the first farmer service center in the Afram Plains. Mr. Speaker, agriculture extension remains the backbone of productivity, and to address the current gap between farmers and extension officers, 540 motorbikes have been procured to improve extension coverage. 150 of those bikes have already been distributed, and we're employing 400 Feed Ghana district coordinators nationwide, while 10,000 young Ghanaians are being enrolled under a 4-year national service agripreneurial program with annual absorption into permanent employment. So far, 3,000 youth have been posted by the National Service Authority under the Agripreneur program. This intervention is strengthening frontline service delivery and creating employment opportunities for young people. We're also placing farmer cooperatives at the center of our agricultural transformation plan. As of October 2025, 70,000 community commodity-focused farmers cooperatives had been established nationwide. And they are serving as platforms to access inputs, mechanization services, climate advisories, aggregation, and fair market negotiation. Government is actively linking farmers to agro-industrial investments to stabilize prices, create jobs, and accelerate Ghana's journey towards food security. A major highlight of this effort is the 154 million Ghana-Italy irrigated commercial farming project to establish a 10,000 hectare irrigation model farm to produce rice, maize, soya, and tomatoes. All produce from this project will be sold locally. This intervention is strategic and designed to fast-track progress towards food security, ensure a reliable supply of raw materials for agro-processing, and reduce Ghana's dependence on food imports. Mr. Speaker, other key initiatives under the Value Addition and Agro-Industrial Drive include rice processing facilities in the Upper East and Upper West regions, poultry feed production facilities in Ashanti, cashew and onion processing facilities in Bono East. In addition, a 40-ton per day soya processing plant is being established in northern Ghana to support soya bean farmers and reduce their feed costs. The share industry is also being revived through secured export contracts and measures to protect raw material supplies. Mr. Speaker, to reduce Ghana's 300 to 400 million annual poultry import bill, Ghana has launched a comprehensive poultry farm-to-table project. These comprise 50 anchor or commercial farmers producing 4 million birds, 500 SMEs producing 3 million birds, and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard poultry program that is targeting 3 million birds nationwide, with emphasis on women and young children. Mr. Speaker, the Nkokon Kitinkiti program is underway as I speak. And the target is to reach 60,000 households. Even before I launched the Nkokon Kitinkiti program, 720 birds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. I recently opened a poultry processing factory in Bichim to support expected production growth in the poultry sector. Mr. Speaker, education is important, and it remains pivotal to our national transformation agenda. In this regard, the year 2025 was both eventful and momentous for Ghana's education sector. I'm pleased to report that all the flagship initiatives and commitments that were contained in our Reset Agenda Manifesto have been faithfully honored during the year under review. The No Fee Stress initiative was successfully launched in Koforidua, and as I speak has benefited over 152,000 young people, first-year students in public tertiary universities. The number of beneficiaries this year is projected to reach 220,000 first-year students. In collaboration with the Student Loan Trust Fund, I have good news for law students. Law students in Ghana will also be now able to access the student loan scheme to pursue their legal education. Mr. Speaker, the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability has also been launched and is now fully benefiting all eligible persons with disabilities enrolled in our tertiary institutions nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 academic year saw a stable, uninterrupted supply of quality food to all our schools under the free senior high school program. Mr. Speaker, to further deepen coordination, accountability, and effectiveness in the education sector, this Honorable House passed several important pieces of legislation. These include 1. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Bill 2025, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, the Change of University Names Bill 2025, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025, and the Ghana Education Trust Fund Bill 2025. To enhance private sector participation in the tertiary education sector, new legislation will be introduced in this House to ease regulatory bottlenecks and remove the requirement to charter, making it optional. Mr. Speaker, basic education remains the critical entry point into our education system. It is at this level that children acquire foundational literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, upon which all future learning depends. Government understands the importance of the basic sector and is therefore undertaking a major policy shift to rebalance our education investments in favor of basic education. As part of this shift, the standards-based curriculum for kindergarten to primary 6 is currently under review to incorporate robotics, coding, and the responsible integration of generative artificial intelligence. Additionally, as part of the ongoing curriculum review, artificial intelligence education will be introduced at an age appropriate and developmentally sensitive, with a strong emphasis on ethical use, digital responsibility, critical thinking, and human values. Mr. Speaker, in response to the persisting challenge of schools under trees, this government has programmed a bold and decisive intervention for the 2026 financial year. This includes the construction of 200 kindergarten blocks, 200 new primary school blocks, 200 new junior high schools nationwide. And I'm further pleased to inform this House, adequate allocation has been done in the 2026 budget. I'm further pleased to inform this House that the government has fully cleared all outstanding capitation grant arrears owed to the public basic schools, as well as clearing all outstanding arrears of BEC exam registration subsidies due to the West African Exams Council. For previous years, the legacy debts to West African Examinations Council have all been cleared. Mr. Speaker, education for learners with special needs is not only a moral right, but also a sound, pragmatic investment. And it promotes equity and strengthens social cohesion. In recognition of this, the amended Get Fund Act has established a dedicated, sustainable funding framework to implement free education for learners with special needs, beginning in the 2026 academic year. Government has also increased the daily feeding grant for students in public special schools from 8 cedis per day to 15 cedis per day. This significant increment reflects our resolve to address the unique nutritional and health needs of learners with disability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we'll construct a modern state-of-the-art special needs school in Ho in the Volta region, and will rehabilitate and upgrade the existing special needs schools in Okropong, Ekwapim, in fulfillment of our pledge also to provide free sanitary pads to schoolgirls as part of efforts to improve menstrual hygiene and reduce absenteeism among female learners. A total of 12.2 million packets of sanitary pads were distributed to girls in public schools across the country in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we allocated in this year's budget 292.4 million Ghana cedis to sustain the free sanitary pad initiative. This commitment aims to remove gender-specific barriers to education and ensure that no girl's education is interrupted due to challenges related to her menstrual hygiene. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to decongest senior high schools and increase access and ensure parity in educational opportunities, government is going to convert and upgrade 30 Category C secondary schools to Category B, and convert and upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A. In addition, facilities in Category A schools are going to be upgraded and expanded to be able to take in more children. Technical and vocational education and training remain a critical pillar of our strategy to address youth unemployment and accelerate skills development. Government will construct 6 brand new regional TVET centers of excellence across the country to equip our young people with practical, industry-relevant skills aligned with the demands of the evolving job market. We're also undertaking a review of the national curriculum to align with the OECD Future of Education and Skills Framework. This will make TVET education more adaptive and resilient. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to higher education and support balanced regional growth and meet the rising demand for quality tertiary education, we've entered international partnerships to establish 2 new public universities, one in Kentapo in the Bono East region, another in Jasikang in the Oti region. I'm happy to announce also that a grant has been sourced from China to establish a new public university in Damango in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, technical universities play a critical role in closing the skills gap and reducing youth unemployment by delivering high-quality, industry-aligned and practice-oriented training within a broader policy framework that stimulates labor demand. In this regard, government is going to establish 3 new technical universities to strengthen skills development, enhance innovation, and support national industrialization efforts. Mr. Speaker, the Teachers Housing Initiative is a joint effort involving district assemblies, Common Fund, GET Fund, NAT, and JESOPs. And the aim is to build 50,000 housing units for teachers. This initiative is called the Teacher Dabre, Baby Teacher Beda. This partnership demonstrates our collective dedication to enhancing teachers' living conditions and boosting the retention of teachers, especially in rural and remote areas, and ensuring that teachers can live, work, and retire with dignity and security. Mr. Speaker, by prioritizing equitable access and expanding infrastructure, we're investing in human capital and laying the foundation for a Ghana where every child can learn, grow, and succeed. Mr. Speaker, our health system. By January 2025, our health system was under severe strain. Aging and deteriorating equipment, stalled hospital projects amounting to 15 billion Ghana cedis in liabilities, and growing workforce pressures had weakened service delivery. Over the past year, donor support to our health sector declined sharply from 19% of our total health budget to just 2.2% today, creating an annual financing gap of more than 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. The withdrawal of support from programs previously financed by partners such as the USAID exposed the vulnerability in essential supplies and services, particularly in remote and underserved communities. Faced with these realities, my government chose to act decisively. In 2026, direct government funding for health will account for about 72% of our total health spending. This is up from 56.8% in 2023. Core health allocations have risen to GHS 23.3 billion, and with national health insurance resources included, total health financing now stands at 34.7 billion Ghana cedis. This reflects our clear commitment to domestic financing and health sovereignty. At the same time, we have faced the growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Today, non-communicable diseases account for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana and remain a major cause of household poverty. To address this, the government established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise called Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, this is the first nationwide financing mechanism dedicated to chronic and non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Levy has been uncapped. Claims payments are now timely, with facilities no longer waiting more than 6 months as happened in the past for payment to be made. We're also finalizing measures to increase provider tariffs by over 100% to reflect the realistic cost of health treatment. As a result of the increased trust, NHIS enrollment has risen from 57% at the start of 2025 to 66% today. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's health workforce density has risen from 16.6% per 10,000 people in 2025 to nearly 42 per 10,000 today, while public sector health employment has doubled to approximately 200,000 workers. And yet, significant challenges remain. At the beginning of 2025, when we took over, 103,000 trained health workers were still awaiting placement, employment or enrollment onto the payroll. Over the past year, 13,500 nurses and midwives, along with hundreds of doctors and pharmacists, have been absorbed into the public payroll. Nursing trainee allowances have been regularized and restored. Application fees have been reduced, and the no-fee stress initiative introduced to ease access to training has been extended. Service conditions are being implemented to boost morale and retention. Looking ahead, government will expand recruitment and take necessary action to add more health workers onto the payroll. We will also correct the maldistribution of health workers through targeted incentives for health workers who agree to serve in underserved areas. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to our gallant health workers to accept postings to our underserved areas, seeing as it is a national call to duty, while we work to ensure that they have an enabling environment to do their work. Mr. Speaker, we will also scale up specialist and advanced nursing training to match the country's changing disease profile. New post-basic nursing programs in cardiology, nephrology, endocrinology, and oncology will be introduced. While the two existing ones, emergency and critical care nurses, will be scaled up. At least 30 nursing training institutions will transition to competency-based degree curriculums, supported by new scholarship opportunities for PhD-level training for nurses and allied health professionals. Mr. Speaker, on health infrastructure, my government remains firm in its commitment not to abandon unfinished projects. We will continue to retool facilities, strengthen emergency and disease surveillance systems, and ensure that health infrastructure is properly aligned with staffing, equipment, and financing. In 2026 budget, provision has been made to commence regional hospitals in Oti, Savannah, and the Western North regions. This will expand access to quality care. Aligned with the reset agenda, we're making strategic investments in local pharmaceutical and vaccine production. The government has allocated 50 million in seed funding to the National Vaccine Institute. And in 2025, a local manufacturer secured market authorization to produce snake venom antiserum right here in Ghana. We're also finalizing steps to implement an advanced market commitment to prioritize locally manufactured vaccines and pharmaceuticals in public procurement. Production of the tetanus diphtheria vaccine is expected to commence this year through a partnership with an Indonesian pharmaceutical firm. Disease control remains our priority in our country's immunization financing. We will strengthen immunization financing. In 2025, the vaccine budget for children and pregnant women was increased by 46%, exceeding the 171 million Ghana cedis. And this enabled Ghana to fully and promptly finance all its vaccines and reduce the risk of preventable outbreaks. In 2025, we also introduced the HPV vaccine to protect young women and girls against cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's HIV prevalence rate is estimated at 1.6%. And as I speak with you, there are about 350,000 of our countrymen and women living with HIV and AIDS. Mr. Speaker, although prevalence is low, some population segments and regions have significantly higher incidence than the national average. The Ghana AIDS Commission has been tasked with ensuring the availability of testing and antiretrovirals. This year, government will fully roll out a free primary health care program, removing all cost barriers at the primary level where it is most needed, while strengthening prevention, screening, and health promotion, especially for non-communicable diseases. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund will be scaled up, and access to advanced cardiac care, including cardiac catheterization services at Tamale, Kolebu, and Komfo-Anokye Hospital, will be expanded to reduce overseas referrals and position Ghana as a center for specialized care in the sub-region, in line with our medical tourism objectives. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is expected to issue guidelines to eliminate the unacceptable no-bed syndrome. Patients facing medical emergencies must be received and given help, if even under makeshift conditions. You don't need to have a comfortable bed to save a patient. No patient must be turned away from any health facility they report to. Mr. Speaker, but in the meantime, government will expand capacity by implementing the Rich Hospital Phase 2 project to increase the number of beds at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. We will also continue and complete the Police Hospital project, and also continue and complete the La General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the Ashanti region, we will complete the Sewa Regional Hospital. We will complete the Aferi Military Hospital, and we will complete the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital Maternity and Children's Block. Mr. Speaker, we remain on course to build a stronger, more resilient, and more self-reliant health system for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, roads are a very important sector. We inherited a burden of significant financial obligations and structural pressures in the road sector that had accumulated over the years. As of December 2024, outstanding payments on road projects financed through the consolidated fund stood at 21 billion Ghana cedis. These were certified works executed by contractors across the country for which payment had not been made. In addition, indebtedness to contractors that was lodged with the Ghana Road Fund Secretariat and awaiting payment amounted to 5.43 billion Ghana cedis. This figure excludes accruing interest charges, which continue to compound the state's financial exposure. Mr. Speaker, beyond these areas, we inherited also contractual commitments, that is signed contracts, totaling more than 104 billion Ghana cedis. These commitments represent signed contracts for road projects at various stages of execution, many of them without corresponding secured funding to guarantee timely completion. By the end of 2025, the Ministry of Finance and Roads had cleared arrears amounting to almost 10 billion Ghana cedis owed to road contractors. And we are steadily continuing to reduce the road sector debts. Mr. Speaker, the famous Big Push infrastructure program. This is my vision for a national infrastructure drive to restore critical national infrastructure. Naturally, the bulk of the money is dedicated to the road sector. We want to open economic corridors, create jobs, and reduce the cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, work has started on 50 major road projects that cover a distance of 1,144 kilometers. The total estimated cost of these projects is 50 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, government is also completing 23 projects that were awarded by the previous administration but were not paid for. These projects amount to another 573 kilometers and are estimated to cost 15 billion cedis. So if you add that to the 1,500, it means about 2,000 kilometers of roads are currently undergoing rehabilitation as I speak. This is the biggest major investment in our road sector in the history of Ghana. Across all 16 regions, 73 projects are advancing with significant visible progress expected by the end of the year. Some of these include Tepamabangoso, the Kumasi Bypass Road, Swami Interchange and Local Roads, Sunyani Outer Ring Road, Sampa Jinijini Road, Techima Nkonsia Wenchi Road, dualization of Winneba Cape Coast Road, Tafo Adosu Road, Dodowa Afyenya Dawenya, Bintiri Nakwanduri, Tamale Outer Ring Road, Wenchi Sola, Sola Wa, Bole Chache, Bole Town Roads, Navrongo Tumu, Tumu Han Lora, Atimpoku Ho, Ho Denu, dualization of Accra Aflao, dualization of Cape Coast Akrade, Dadieso Akontomra, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, other feeder roads are Akosombo Jakiti Kudupe, Kudikope, Yeniam Junction Sedom, Apegosum Pakadan, Todome to Palime Gemini Road. Indeed, there are many others too numerous to mention. And as I said at the launch of the Big Push program, the whole of Ghana is going to become a construction site. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians can already testify that serious road works are underway across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will be a 198.7 kilometer, 6-lane high-speed motorway. This expressway is designed to connect Ghana's two largest cities, Accra and Kumasi, and to reduce the traveling time between Accra and Kumasi to approximately 2.5 hours. Mr. Speaker, this new alignment will have 8 interchanges and will be Ghana's first true expressway. And so government has established the Accra-Kumasi Expressway Limited, which is a subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the concessionaire that will be mandated to design, to finance, construct, operate, and maintain the expressway, with the Ministry of Roads and Highways as the contracting authority. The project delivery is structured as a long-term concession of up to 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this expressway will be Ghana's first purpose-built expressway with limited access points, so goats and sheep cannot cross at any point. Mr. Speaker, it's designed for higher speed limits and modern safety infrastructure to reduce travel time and improve road safety. Preparatory activities including feasibility studies, the detailed designs and cost assessments are currently underway. This major road construction work aims to improve mobility, safety, and trade while connecting communities to markets and essential services. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Corridor. We aim to complete all unfinished segments of the Eastern Corridor Road by the end of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue and complete the 27.7 Accra-Tema Motorway and Extension Project. And this includes reconstructing the Accra-Tema Motorway into a 4-lane expressway with 3-lane service roads in both directions, and interchanges at Ashaman. Where you have the Ashaman underbridge, it will now be an interchange. There will be another interchange at Community 18 and Teshi Link. Mr. Speaker, it also involves remodeling the Tetekwashi interchange. Construction works are ongoing and progress is at 32%. Mr. Speaker, other important projects include the Kumasi Inner Ring Road, the Volivo Bridge over the Southern Volta River, the Dambai Bridge over the River Oti, and the Adoso Bridge over the River Afram at Eche Amanfrom. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads has received cabinet approval to reintroduce road tolls on our roads and our bridges. Mr. Speaker, this time using advanced technology to improve efficiency, transparency, and avoid leakages in revenue generation. Preparatory work is underway to ensure the reintroduction of tolling operations this year. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that an effective and efficient transport system is integral to any economic development plan. So to improve public transport services in the country, government is supporting Intercity SCC Coaches Limited, Metro Mass Transit Limited, and the private road transport operators to renew their fleets. Currently, a total of 300 buses have been procured to improve road transport. The initial batch of 100 buses is scheduled to arrive in the country by the end of the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of my pledge to re-establish a national airline, a 10-member task force established to oversee this initiative has submitted a business model and operational framework to guide the selection of a strategic partner for the new national airline. And this new national airline will take off soon, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, passenger traffic handled by the Ghana Airports Company increased to 3.625 million passengers in 2025. This was an increase from 3.4 million in 2024. In response to the rising passenger traffic and congestion at the Accra International Airport's new Terminal 3, we are remodeling Terminal 2 into a dual-purpose facility to serve both domestic and international flights. So when the remodeling of Terminal 2 is finished, all the domestic flights and some of the international flights will be moved to Terminal 2 so that we ease the congestion on Terminal 3. This will improve operational efficiency and enhance the overall passenger experience. Mr. Speaker, Accra's Terminal 3 remains amongst the best in Africa. A new concourse will link Terminal 2 and Terminal 3. so that passengers arriving in Terminal 2 and having to move to Terminal 3 won't have to come out and walk. They'll go through the concourse. Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3 is going to be supported by a new 7-story floor car park. It will also have an airport hotel and retail amenities to service their passengers. Mr. Speaker, runway expansion and overlay is currently being undertaken to strengthen the Accra International Airport's runway. Mr. Speaker, we will also begin work on new regional airports in Sunyani, in Bolgatanga, and Wa. In Sunyani, the current location of the airport is not appropriate to extend the runway, and so we have to move and build a new airport at a different location. Bolgatanga, the site has been acquired and work will commence. Wa also, we have to move the airport from where it is because it almost intersects a road and the airport slopes upwards, making it inappropriate for air travel. Mr. Speaker, we are also reverting the airport in Accra, the international airport in Accra, to its original name, the Accra International Airport. Even though NLC Decree 129 was passed, no effort or nothing was done to effect the clause in the decree that said that the airport should be renamed after Kotoka. So in all international records in ICAO and IATA, that airport in Accra, the international airport, remains named Accra International Airport. Mr. Speaker, we are working to fully operationalize the Tema-Mpakadang rail line to maximize passenger and freight traffic between Tema and the north using the Volta Lake waterway. The Western and Eastern railway lines will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. These projects are aimed to support the efficient transport of container and bulk cargo to and from our ports, as well as to facilitate the efficient haulage of minerals from mines in Osuta, Awaso, and Yinehing to the Takrady port, while also providing passenger transport along the respective rail corridors. Mr. Speaker, as part of the 24-hour economy initiative, a new 24-hour operation has started at Tema Port, allowing access to port services around the clock. This development enables importers to clear their goods at any time, significantly easing congestion at the terminals like the transit terminals, the reefer terminal, and the Golden Jubilee terminal. The initiative brings together customs, banking, and other relevant agencies to enhance efficiency, low transaction costs, and boost Ghana's competitiveness as a major trade hub. Cabinet has reviewed the designs and feasibility study for the Keita Port and directed the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority to present an action plan and a roadmap for the realization of the project at the earliest possible time. Mr. Speaker, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, as part of its expansion efforts, has established a new operational office at Adenta Bus Terminal in Accra. If you need any service in the night from DVLA, go to Adenta. There's an office open there day and night. Mr. Speaker, this modern facility operates around the clock, providing continuous service to improve accessibility and convenience for our motorists in Adenta municipality and the whole general Accra area. Mr. Speaker, communications is important, and under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, implemented through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, we extend voice and data connectivity to unserved and underserved communities. We've targeted the construction of 2,016 cell sites all over underserved and unserved communities. 1,561 of these 2,016 cell sites have been constructed, and of this number, 1,144 have been activated. Work is ongoing to activate the remaining 417 sites. Preparations are also well underway to commence construction of the remaining 455 sites. Mr. Speaker, under the School Connectivity Initiative, over 62,000 digital resources have been uploaded to the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, enabling seamless access across multiple devices, from PCs to laptops to tablets and smartphones, for more than 600,000 users, including teachers, students, and researchers. Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's research agenda to ensure Ghanaian youth acquire essential digital skills for the modern global economy, I launched the 1 Million Coders program in March 2025. This initiative aimed to train 1 million Ghanaians in key digital areas, including data analytics, data protection, cybersecurity, the metaverse, and artificial intelligence over 4 years. Phase 1 of the program, that is the pilot phase, saw hundreds of trainees complete their training programs in person across 4 training centers that were established in Accra, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Bolgatanga. Mr. Speaker, Phase 2, which will include virtual sessions, is set to commence this year, with expanded training centers and an increased number of beneficiaries. We project that 400,000 young Ghanaians will be trained this year, and this will build up to the numbers approaching 1 million. Mr. Speaker, the fight against corruption has remained a defining priority of my government and represents a central pillar of our commitment to good governance and accountability and the prudent management of public resources. Mr. Speaker, we've made progress through strengthened collaboration among law enforcement agencies, financial intelligence institutions, and prosecutors. These efforts have led to initiation of criminal proceedings and asset forfeiture proceedings against some individuals and entities implicated in financial crimes against the state. But yes, I agree with the sentiments of Ghanaians that we must press harder on this accelerator. As of December 2025, IOCO has recovered more than 600 million Ghana cedis. The office has investigated 462 cases, with 15 currently under prosecution. It has dismantled transnational car-jacking syndicates and has recovered 29 luxury vehicles that were stolen. Mr. Speaker, the government remains resolute that corruption will not be tolerated, regardless of status or political affiliation. The Attorney General's office will continue to use both criminal prosecution and non-conviction-based assets recovery mechanisms to ensure that stolen public resources are returned for national development. Mr. Speaker, I understand that a large majority of Ghanaians are impatient to see those who abuse their public trust in office held to account. Mr. Speaker, there were periods when, under military regimes and unconstitutional governments, extrajudicial means could be used to exact retribution against persons perceived as corrupt or who had abused the mandate given to them by the people. Mr. Speaker, this may have appeared as swift justice, but many regrettable excesses were recorded. In 1992, we overwhelmingly adopted the 1992 Constitution to accept governance by the rule of law. On 7th January, when I swore the oath of office before the people of Ghana, I swore to uphold the 1992 Constitution. I may be as impatient as everyone else to see justice done, but painstaking investigations must be conducted. Dockets must be prepared, charges must be filed, and the accused must have their day in court, including appealing, even on the smallest point of law, to higher courts. This process is necessary to protect us all against abuse He said, and I quote, "The wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine." Mr. Speaker, let me reassert my determination to uphold the accountability of public office holders to the people of Ghana. We have laid the Public Officers Code of Conduct Bill before Parliament. This bill codifies the conduct of public officers and makes breaches thereof punishable. I wish at this juncture to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for establishing additional specialized high courts to address breaches identified in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution review process was conducted in a transparent and consultative manner, drawing on input from constitutional experts, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, religious leaders, political parties, and the general public. The review committee has submitted its comprehensive report containing detailed proposals to amend the Constitution to address identified weaknesses and make it more welfare enhancing. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General's office is working closely with relevant stakeholders to translate the recommendations into implementable legal and constitutional proposals, which will be presented to this August House in accordance with constitutional procedures. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining continues to pose a grave threat to our environment, water bodies, public health, and national security. Mr. Speaker, prosecution of persons engaged in illegal mining has been intensified, with a renewed focus on dismantling organized criminal networks behind galamsey operations, rather than targeting only the little fish, low-level offenders. Mr. Speaker, in all these galamsey operations, there are big fish who never get caught. Mr. Speaker, in total, over 114 case dockets involving hundreds of accused persons are pending in various courts across the country, particularly in towns and villages that are prone to illegal mining. Specialized prosecutorial teams have been deployed to fast-track illegal mining cases, ensure the effective presentation of evidence, and pursue the confiscation and forfeiture of equipment and proceeds used in or derived from illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to gender and social protection, my government will continue to ensure gender equality and equity, promote the welfare and protection of children's rights, and empower the vulnerable, the aged, and persons with disability for sustainable national development. Work is well advanced on the Women's Development Bank, for which a total of 401 million Ghana cedis has been allocated in the 2026 budget. The coming months will see a full rollout of this monumental policy to empower Ghanaian women and women-owned businesses economically and financially. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection has successfully honored all legacy leave payment cycles for 2025 and before, reaching 1.5 million people. It has also ensured the full implementation of the Ghana School Feeding Program in over 12,000 public schools across all 261 districts of this country. Mr. Speaker, the number of beneficiary peoples under the school feeding program has increased from 3,801,491 for the 2023-2024 academic year to 4,231,059 for the 2024-25 academic year. This program is providing gainful employment to 34,000 caterers and cooks nationwide. Mr. Speaker, in the security sector, Ghana faces evolving security threats. Our troops, services, and agencies have, however, remained firmly committed to strengthening national peace and security, which underpin our democracy, development, and social cohesion. This commitment encompasses internal security operations, international peace support mission, strategic investment in restructuring and retooling and improvement in troops' welfare, recruitment and capacity development. Mr. Speaker, two recent incidents are evidence of the increasing dangers we face as a nation. The killing of 8 of our compatriots who had gone to a neighboring country to purchase tomatoes, and just yesterday an attack on Ghanaian fishermen in our waters by pirates reinforced the need for us to retool and adequately equip our security services. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for conducting a successful medical evacuation of our injured compatriots from Burkina Faso. I also commend the Ghana Navy and the Ghana Air Force, the National Security Council Secretariat, the Chief of Staff's Operations Team, the MP for Ewutu Senya, the Chief Fisherman and people of Senya Breku for the combined effort that successfully rescued all the stranded 71 fishermen who had been attacked by pirates. I've asked the National Security Coordinator to assist the affected fishermen and replace the stolen outboard motors and fishing gear. Mr. Speaker, the Armed Forces continues to play a key role in containing illegal small-scale mining through the deployment of river guards and support for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat and assistance to special courts for swift prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, during the year, the Ghana Armed Forces had 2,119 troops with requisite equipment deployed in various peacekeeping missions, reinforcing Ghana's reputation as a dependable and professional contributor to international peacekeeping operations. While Ghana continues to maintain an enviable reputation in international peacekeeping, we must note that many of these peacekeeping theaters where we have operated are winding down due to reduced budgets for UN peace support operations. And so as our troops return home, we must create opportunities for them to train, to remain active and stay engaged. Mr. Speaker, beyond peacekeeping operations, Ghana continues to demonstrate its strong commitment to international solidarity, humanitarian assistance, and South-South cooperation. In December 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Defense, deployed 54 personnel from our 14 Engineers Brigade to Jamaica to support that country with national reconstruction efforts following the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Melissa, which claimed over 40 lives. In recognition of the scale of the recovery efforts and the good work our soldiers were doing in reconstructing the houses in Jamaica, government approved a request from the government of Jamaica asking us to extend the mandates of our soldiers there for another 90 days, which we approved. Mr. Speaker, to further improve operational readiness, the government will continue to invest in vital defense infrastructure and retooling. The construction of a forward operating base at Ezen Libo, situated along the Western Maritime Corridor, is ongoing. This facility aims to boost maritime surveillance and better protect offshore oil and gas installations. The Northern Border Security Project, initiated to counter terrorism and transnational crime, is advancing decisively. This project constitutes the first line of defense against any infiltration and extremist threats coming from the Sahel, and it would significantly strengthen the surveillance of our northern border. Plans are well advanced to establish 2 new military barracks in Ejumako in the central region and in Dambai in the Oti region to address emerging security concerns and strengthen the presence of the state in these areas. To further support retooling efforts, agreements have been signed to procure and deliver 4 brand new Eurocopter helicopters and 1 jet for the Ghana Air Force, aimed at replacing the aging fleet and modernizing our air capabilities. The Ghana Armed Forces is carrying out a thorough overhaul of previously grounded aircraft, which involves replacing essential components and bringing them back into service. This aims to quickly restore their operational readiness and maximize our fleet availability. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that I have further commissioned 50 new vehicles for the Ghana Armed Forces to enhance mobility and boost troop morale. It forms part of a broader program to retool the military and improve logistics across the services. Plans are underway to acquire 2 brand new offshore patrol vessels, armored personnel carriers, protective gear, ammunition, vehicles, and strategic drones and advanced communication systems to enhance the operational capability of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. We will also continue to prioritize human capital development within the armed forces. A progressive recruitment drive to increase the strength of the Ghana Armed Forces by 12,000 personnel over 4 years to support expansion and operational demands is ongoing. In line with the government's reset agenda, the recruitment process has been decentralized to regional capitals, with selected recruits reporting directly from their regions to training schools, marking a significant shift from the previous Accra-centered system. Mr. Speaker, on a very solemn note, I wish to express my condolences to the families of 6 of our young daughters who died during the stampede at the Elwak Stadium. May their memory be blessed and may they rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, following the revised gratuity regime that was introduced in 2020 under the stewardship of Honorable Nitu, extending service by 5 years, under Constitutional Instrument 129, arrears have accumulated. Nitu is my friend, don't worry. Arrears have accumulated, Mr. Speaker, because no budgetary provision was made over the 4 years that followed. When we all leave politics, I and Nitu are going to the same place in the north. You go to Winneba. Don't worry, we are brothers. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in over 1 billion Ghana cedis owed to approximately 3,000 personnel across all the different ranks. As part of our commitment to fairness and the resolution of long-standing legacy issues, the government will soon commence payment of gratuity arrears under CI 129. Honorable Nitu, we're solving the problem, so you won't worry about it again. Mr. Speaker, following engagements that we initiated by the current Military High Command with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense, a structured implementation plan has been agreed upon. This will bring closure to the issue that has been outstanding since 2020, and it will ensure that affected personnel receive their rightful entitlements. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service has also received 40 armored vehicles and 100 pickup trucks to enhance their and Narcotics Control Commission will also be retooled to enhance their efficiency. Mr. Speaker, let me take this moment to commend the IGP and his men for the recent major successes they are chalking in bringing dangerous criminals to justice. The trust of the Ghanaian people in their police service is rising again, and I urge you to keep up the standard. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's foreign policy remains a central instrument for advancing our national development, for safeguarding our sovereignty, and projecting our values on the global stage. At a time when the global environment is characterized by profound geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, climate-related challenges, and evolving security concerns within our sub-region, government has taken deliberate steps to ensure that Ghana's engagement with the world is purposeful, strategic, and responsive to the needs of our people. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has stepped up efforts to align Ghana's external Ghana continues to pursue a policy of good neighborliness, solidarity, and constructive cooperation with all countries in the sub-region. We remain firmly committed to the vision of a peaceful, stable, prosperous, and integrated West Africa, grounded in mutual respect, dialogue, and collective responsibility. We must sustain engagement and deepen relations with our sister AES member states, particularly following their withdrawal from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Ghana believes that continued dialogue and cooperation are indispensable to regional stability and that disengagement only deepens our collective vulnerabilities. At the continental level, Ghana continues to play an active, principled, and forward-looking role in advancing the African Union's strategic priorities. Today, Ghana currently holds the following prestigious positions. We are AU champions on reparations. We are AU champions for African financial institutions. And Ghana is also the AU champion for gender equality and women's empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled by my election as the first vice chairperson of the African Union at the 39th ordinary session. At the 39th ordinary session of the AU Assemblies of Heads of State and Government held recently in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, it is also gratifying to note that my colleague leaders in West Africa have declared me, John Dramani Mahama, Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana office. They have declared me unopposed, by the grace of God, sole candidate for the position of chairperson of the African Union when the rotating chairmanship returns to West Africa in 2027. I raised Ghana's voice to call for a comprehensive reset of the United Nations to better reflect the current realities and particularly the role of Africa in global governance and fairness in international financial systems. In line with our multilateral commitments, Ghana announced plans to table a United Nations resolution that recognizes the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity, and promoting an agenda of acknowledgement, reparative justice, and cultural restitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll formally present this resolution, which has been endorsed and adopted by the African Union unanimously, to the UN in March of this year for consideration by the UN General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, passports have never been easier to acquire than under this regime. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs has established 7 new passport application centers in Upper East, Oti, Ahafu regions, Bono East, Northeast, my own region, Savannah, and the Western North region. Mr. Speaker, with this expansion, all 16 regional capitals now host passport application centers, marking a major milestone in decentralization of passport services. Mr. Speaker, to address systemic delays, the Ministry implemented a 24-hour passport production operation at the head office. This enabled the clearance of an inherited backlog of over 40,000 passport applications. As a result of these reforms, Ghana's passport administration now operates with 0 backlog, guaranteeing passport delivery within 15 working days. If you like, try it. Apply for a new passport. Within 15 days, you will receive your passport. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate travel and boost tourism and ease business mobility, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs implemented a 5-day visa processing service across all Ghana's missions abroad. What this means is that anyone who applies for a visa will get the visa within 5 days. Concurrently, significant progress has been made in the design and procurement phase of a national e-visa platform with a targeted rollout plan for 2026. This means if you apply for visa, you apply online and the visa is approved online. You don't need to go to the Ghana embassy to apply. Ghana has also secured new visa waiver agreements with 11 countries to facilitate people-to-people exchange. It means for those 11 countries, Ghanaians don't need passports to go there. You just jump on the plane and appear there, and they'll allow you in. Mr. Speaker, to highlight Ghana's ongoing commitments to international solidarity, we made humanitarian donations to Jamaica, Cuba, Sudan, and Palestine to support disaster relief and conflict-related crises. These donations amounted to millions of cedis and included food, medicine, clothing, cocoa products, blankets, and mattresses, and plastic buckets. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that remittances from our relatives abroad, the Ghanaian diaspora, reached a historic high of $7.8 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest annual inflow ever recorded in Ghana's history. This reflects not only confidence in the Ghanaian economy, but the enduring patriotism of our citizens living and working abroad. Mr. Speaker, these remittances they bring back home support households, they finance education, they build homes, they provide seed money for businesses, and best of all, they stabilize our foreign exchange position. In many respects, our diaspora has become one of the country's most reliable development partners. Without contracts, conditionalities, or fanfare, they are easily one of our most reliable development partners. We must intentionally ensure that citizenship, rather than place of residence, determines one's right to serve the Ghanaian Republic. Ghanaians worldwide who pledge allegiance to this country of theirs and make substantial contributions to its development should not be barred from active participation in public affairs, including the opportunity to hold public office, provided there are appropriate measures to ensure loyalty and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I'm personally in support of the bipartisan bill currently before this House, seeking to address this matter. And it is my hope that it will be passed expeditiously so that our compatriots abroad can participate in our public affairs. Mr. Speaker, youth development and empowerment are at the core of everything we're trying to achieve. We're implementing many policies to develop our youth capacity and to create as many jobs as possible to address the major unemployment problem. All our youth activities and job creation programs are ongoing. In 2025, 10,887 young people were trained in entrepreneurship programs and job creation under the Ejumawura program. In 2026, an additional 10,000 young people will receive similar support under the program. The National Apprenticeship Program onboarded 14,000 young apprentices during the pilot phase, and they have started receiving their start-up kits after passing out successfully. Training is ongoing across the regions, and when completed, the trainees will be certified by the Commission for TVET to facilitate their access to employment. Mr. Speaker, this year the target for the National Apprenticeship Program has been increased from 10,000 to 100,000 young people, offering many more young people the opportunity to acquire the skills needed for sustainable development. And as I said, when they pass out, they are giving a certificate by TVET to show that they have passed out and have the skill in whatever they learned. In 2025, 86,000 young people were engaged through the Youth Employment Agency, various employment modules under this agency. This year, I've directed the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment as a matter of urgency to review all the youth employment modules under the YEA to reduce duplication and ensure value for money. This is important so that we can channel the resources to the advantage of the teeming youth who are waiting for opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority has signed an MOU with the Ministry of Defense to commence military training for 10,000 national service personnel in the 2025-2026 service year. and so our national service personnel will receive call-ups to report at various military centers for training. Mr. Speaker, this was a program initiated by our late Minister for Defense of blessed memory, Dr. Edward Mahama, who was desirous of seeing it to full execution. I therefore charge the National Service Authority and the Ghana Armed Forces to bring life into the exercise for the benefit of the personnel and the training of our young people. Mr. Speaker, my government has launched a wide range of initiatives aimed at transforming Ghana's trade and agribusiness and industrial sectors to boost our competitiveness in export markets, encourage value addition, and generate employment for Ghana's large youth population. My recent visits with the hard-working Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry to inaugurate new factories and initiate expansion works on factories has convinced me that Ghana is on the right track for industrial transformation. The ministry has begun implementing policies in the areas of textile and garment manufacturing, pharmaceuticals and vaccine manufacturing, automotive and components manufacturing, and contract farming and agro-processing. As a first step, we are collaborating with private sector to establish 3 new garment factories in Eastern Region, Central Region, and Bono East Region. This will create an estimated 27,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this government will fulfill its commitment to revive key state-owned enterprises. The ministry is in the process of sourcing strategic investors to operationalize the Volta Star Textiles Factory, the Commander Sugar Factory, the Pualugu Tomato Factory, the Zoarungu Meat Factory, and the Akosombo Textiles Limited. Ghana's non-traditional exports recorded a 27.04% growth in 2025, with total earnings of $4.87 billion, up from $3.83 billion in 2024. This reflects a very early impact of the Accelerated Export Development Program, launched only last year, and demonstrates the continued resilience and expanding contribution of the non-traditional export sector to Ghana's export economy. Mr. Speaker, mining remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economic development, making substantial contributions to employment creation, export earnings, and government revenue. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the mining and quarrying subsector accounted for 17.4% of the overall 33.8% of industry's share of gross domestic product in 2025. It emerged as the leading contributor within the industrial sector. The sector generated export earnings of approximately $15.25 billion, accounting for 65.37% of Ghana's total export receipts, out of a total of $23.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the abolition of value-added tax on mineral exploration activities is expected to significantly reduce upfront costs for investors, improve project economics, and stimulate increased greenfield and brownfield explorations across the country. The fight against galamsey remains complex and demands a multi-dimensional response that integrates strong enforcement, the application of technology, sound regulation, and active community participation. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in collaboration with the Ministry of Transport and Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance, has registered 1,808 pieces of earth-moving equipment at the ports, of which 1,033 have been fitted with trackers and are being tracked. The protection of our water bodies and forest reserves is ongoing with the deployment of 1,634 blue water guards across Western North Savannah, Upper West, Bono, Eastern, Ashanti, Central, Volta, and Northern regions. This nationwide deployment aims to strengthen surveillance, improve rapid response, and enhance on-the-ground enforcement against illegal mining activities that threaten critical water bodies, forest ecosystems, and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, NIMOS will maintain regular coordinated operations across all 21 identified hotspots to prevent re-entry of illegal miners into these reserves. While temporary deployments yielded positive results, they proved insufficient for sustained enforcement. Mr. Speaker, in the works, housing and water subsector, these are vital pillars of Ghana's national development, shaping sustainable livelihoods through reliable water supply and affordable housing that enhance citizens' well-being. Sea defense works are ongoing. We've successfully completed works at Komenda, Ningo Pram, and Elmina. Together, these three projects have protected approximately 15 kilometers of our coastline and safeguarded lives and livelihoods and property. In March 2025, I visited Solakope, Agaveji, and Amutinu in the Ketu South municipality, where tidal waves had displaced thousands of residents. We made a firm commitment to address the devastation. Mr. Speaker, true to that promise, the contractor for the phase 2 of the Blekusu coastal protection works was awarded the contract, and in August last year, I officially cut short to commence the project. I'm pleased to inform this House that the project is currently 25% complete, and calm has already been restored along the coastline. Notwithstanding these actions, flooding remains a major infrastructural challenge in the country and a top priority for this government. A task force on flooding is in place and coordinating the national mitigation efforts against flooding. Ghana continues to grapple with housing deficits currently estimated at over 1.8 million units. Some significant strides have been made in the housing sector. In line with government's earlier commitments to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, we have successfully concluded the joint venture arrangements which we inherited for the completion of the Saglemi housing project. The Attorney General is reviewing all related documentation to finalize and commence the project. When these projects are finished, it will increase the number of housing stock available. The TDC in Ghana is also steadily advancing work on 800 housing units under the Akpung Affordable Housing Project at Tema Community 26. To position TDC Ghana as a key player in Ghana's housing industry, I performed a sword cutting ceremony last year for what they call the Oxygen City Housing Project in Whole of All Places. That project seeks to address Ghana's housing deficit by developing 1,000 affordable home housing units. We've also continued with our resettlement housing efforts for the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, with 251 of the planned 1,010 housing units in critical housing zones already under construction. Collectively, these initiatives demonstrate government's continued resolve to expand access to affordable housing, strengthen urban planning, and provide relief to affected communities. Mr. Speaker, renewable water resources are estimated at about 54 billion cubic meters, with over 70% derived from the Volta River, which is shared among 6 riparian nations. We're implementing key interventions to expand and improve water services nationwide. So the following urban water supply projects are at various stages of completion. The Keta Waterworks, the Winchi Water Supply Project, Sekendita Krade Water Supply Project. And I'm happy to announce that Anyako has good clean drinking water today, and the Community Water and Sanitation Agency will commission the project next week. It will also serve the island community of Seva. We will begin preparatory work on the Damango and Sunyani water supply expansion projects and seek to finalize all financing arrangements for other water supply projects in Tamale, Yendi, Techiman, and Takwa. Mr. Speaker, the Danish government has allocated grant support to improve water supply services in low-income and high-density areas in Wa and Bolgatanga, aiming to address water challenges and provide relief to vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, the following rural water supply projects are ongoing: Asankregwa, Sechuyuoso, Duadaso, Kwemandamfa, Goso, Dwabing, Aveime, and Edumbamso. To strictly follow the resetting agenda and secure sufficient funding, the Ministry of Finance has allocated 6.3 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund. This amount covers 4 quarters of the 2025 fiscal year, and it has been allocated to all 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to execute their activities outlined in the medium-term development plans and annual action plans. Mr. Speaker, out of the amount released, a total of 4.3 billion has been dispersed to all MMDAs. The fourth quarter installment is being processed and will be disbursed soon. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House will agree with me. All members of this House will agree with me that the flow of resources to the district assemblies is unprecedented. All your assemblies are receiving more money than they've ever received in several years. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of government's commitment to strengthening local governance and decentralization, the ministry has, for the first time in the history of local governance, disbursed a total of 100 million Ghana cedis in monthly allowances to all assembly members. Unprecedented, assembly members have received their allowances. The Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has also finalized designs for the new 24-hour economy modern markets to be constructed in all metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, procurement processes are far advanced to commence the construction of these markets. And very soon, in all your districts, honorable members, you will have a 24-hour market operational. Mr. Speaker, our tourism and creative arts sector has a lot to offer. Creatives using the new media are giving our nation greater prominence than we could have achieved through any first-class traditional media outlet. Our economy will not be built only by traditional sectors, but also by human creativity sectors that will absorb those people who will be displaced from the shop floor by the new AI technologies that are being rolled out. Ghana has become a favorite tourist destination because of our history, culture, our arts, our music, our fashion, and our food. Government has allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the film sector alone. This is going to the film sector to support Kumawood and Gallywood and all the woods. Mr. Speaker, another 20 million cedis has been given for the other creative sectors. I believe that this injection of money will bolster our creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the creative industry and the Ministry of Tourism that I'll be your personal ambassador for the promotion of tourism and the creative sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our new national efforts to bring events and conferences to Ghana, we are going to undertake the refurbishment of the Accra International Conference Center to restore it to its iconic past as the country's national and international events and conference venue. Mr. Speaker, the original contractors of the center, Enego Project Ghana Limited, have conducted a structural integrity assessment at the request of the Office of Chief of Staff and made recommendations for the facilities renovation and refurbishment. They will commence this work in the next few weeks. But Mr. Speaker, the AICC is not enough for a country seeking to develop its creative sector and become West Africa's destination for meetings, conferences, musical concerts, and entertainment. So working with the private sector, work will also commence this year on a befitting convention and creative events center to position Ghana as West Africa's leading hub for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions and creative events. Ghana will also begin this year the renovation of the State Banquet Hall, which has been closed for a couple of years. Mr. Speaker, this year we will strengthen Ghana's standing in the major global and continental sporting events. We will make our 5th FIFA World Cup appearance. And for us, this is an opportunity to boost national branding and the economy beyond just sports. Mr. Speaker, supporters and other people interested in going to support the team would have to submit a visa request to the American Embassy. We are being told that we must ensure that supporters who go return on the visas. It has taken a lot of work to restore Ghana's 5-year non-immigrant visas and take us off the ban list. It is my hope that this event will not send thousands of Ghanaians to America and get us back on the ban list. Mr. Speaker, the Black Queens will compete at the 2026 African Cup of Nations, Women's African Cup of Nations, building on their bronze medal finish in Morocco. At the youth level, Ghana will participate in the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar with a multidisciplinary team aimed at strengthening long-term elite pathways. We'll also compete at the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, reinforcing Ghana's presence across the Commonwealth sporting landscape. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Ghana Journalists Association, I've been deeply concerned about the abuses suffered by journalists at the hands of some of our errant security personnel. I've asked the leadership of the security agencies to take firm action and to reorient their men and women on the need to be accommodating to journalists who are only doing their job of keeping citizens informed. I've also been concerned about the state of our state-owned media, most of which have suffered from historical underfunding and grappling with deteriorating infrastructure and facilities. I recently toured these media houses to learn about their challenges at first hand, and we're currently putting together a revitalization plan to leverage their valuable assets and re-inject life into their operations. The reintroduction of the Media Development Fund is also being reconsidered to support the Ghanaian media. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, during my recent trip to Zambia, we saw what a united Ghana can achieve on the global stage. A simple mislabeling of our culture could have reduced us to a punchline. Instead, we moved with speed and confidence. We corrected the record. We turned what was supposed to be ridicule into reach. We turned confusion into connection. We taught what could have been a negative social media trend into a handshake of friendship with our Zambian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, for most people, that episode was just a fleeting social media frenzy. Yet it served a greater purpose. It showed a nation that understands its brand equity. It showed citizens aligned around a common identity. It showed a country that knows who we are and refused to be defined by others. But let us be honest, unity in moments of cultural pride has proved easier than unity in moments of political disagreement. If we can mobilize that same collective resolve for our development agenda, we will see real progress. And that mobilization is possible because we are the descendants of a people who united against political subjugation. We resisted economic exploitation and we fought colonial oppression. Mr. Speaker, our pursuit of national development today demands that same unity of purpose. We must reject misrepresentation and distortion that detract from our collective progress. We must guard our development as firmly as we guard our cultural identity. We must act as one people with one purpose. Mr. Speaker, in public life, there is a simple maxim we're all very familiar with, and it says that the buck stops with the president. Mr. Speaker, I not only agree with this. Every day I hold office of president, I live by that statement that the buck stops with me. The ultimate responsibility for the direction of this nation rests with the office that I hold, and I'll never shirk that duty. But nation building is not merely a question of who provides the strategic direction and who bears the final responsibility. It is a long chain of efforts that carries intent into reality, from policy conception to laws enacted, to resources mobilized, to services delivered, to value created on farms, in workshops, in classrooms, in markets, and in enterprises across our land. Mr. Speaker, it is here that the strength of a people reveals itself. It is in the countless acts of competence, integrity, and industry by citizens of every calling whose work turns national purpose into lived reality. Mr. Speaker, while the bulk may stop with me, the work of nation building goes beyond that. Through the labor, enterprise, and civic spirit of millions of Ghanaians whose daily efforts give policy life. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to carry the weight of final accountability. And I ask in equal measure that our citizens bring their full measure of energy, skills, and patriotism to the common task of advancing our country. That is how nations are built. That is how economies grow. No policy can substitute for civic duty. No program can replace the quiet discipline with which millions of Ghanaians sustain their families, serve their communities, and carry this republic forward each day. Mr. Speaker, we are sometimes tempted to judge our nation only by our failures and our difficulties. But the country is not defined solely by its difficulties. It is defined by the choices its people make in response to those difficulties. Repeatedly through our history, Ghanaians have chosen steadiness over despair, cooperation over division, and purpose over cynicism. That is the deeper strength on which our future rests. We faced testy moments before, and we have overcome them. We've gone periods of economic strain, transitions that have demanded much from our citizens and our public servants alike. And Mr. Speaker, there's an African proverb that says, however long the night is, the dawn will break. Mr. Speaker, the dawn is breaking for Ghana. The moment we are in requires not only endurance but also action. It reminds us that renewal belongs to those who prepare for the morning while others still speak of and look back at the darkness. For Ghana today, that dawn is not a promise we must recite. It is a reality we must build into our institutions, into our economy, and in the ethics of responsibility we pass on to the next generation. So let us live each day mindful that the Republic is larger than any one political party, any office, any individual. This republic belongs equally to the farmer, the trader, the teacher, the nurse, the artisan, the entrepreneur, the parliamentarian, and the young citizen, and the elderly retired personnel. Mr. Speaker, each of these people has a stake in our nation, and each one has a duty. Each has a claim on the future we're shaping together. Mr. Speaker, nations endure not because they are spared trial, but because their people refuse to surrender to trial. Ghana has been tested before. We did not surrender. We will not surrender now. And so with gratitude for how far we have come and with the resolve for the work ahead, I say, Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is resilient, the state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is firmly in the hands of its people. Our nation is on the brink of takeoff. And so, ladies and gentlemen, passengers, fasten your seatbelts. I thank you for your attention.
members, you know we are in this together, and you understand as accomplished parliamentarians that when the speaker is on his feet, every other person please, you don't only resume your seat, but you also keep silent. Honorable members, before I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency the President for the message, permit me to acknowledge some more senior patriots who are with us here today. We have the leader of the People's National Convention in the person of Bernard Mona. We also have the leader of the All People's Congress, APC, in the person of Hassan Abdullahi Ayaraga. And we have my senior brother, the former flag bearer of the Convention People's Party, Ivor Robina Greenstreet, also with us here. Please, you are all warmly welcome. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this message. So His Excellency will hear from us. I know you are ready. Honorable members, we, by our rules, are to sit for 5 hours per sitting. When it's not up to 5 hours, the motion for adjournment has to be moved. And here we are. We have spent a lot of time, but not yet 5 hours. And so I'll have to call on the leaders starting with the minority leader. And honorable members, in consultation with the leaders, I'm giving each of them 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Please, we'll hear you for only 5 minutes. Then after that, I'll put the question for adjournment. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank Mr. President for living up to this constitutional obligation. But Mr. Speaker, what the President failed to tell the people of Ghana is that 1 year in government, he's still acting with slogans, no action. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have skyrocketed and Ghanaians cannot afford electricity. We have thousands of Ghanaian youths who are, Mr. Speaker, can they be quiet and listen? Because if they misconduct themselves, we'll do the same thing to their leader. Keep quiet. They can't take away my time. If you don't keep quiet and listen to me, your leader cannot speak. If you don't know, I'm telling you. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Ghanaian youths were dismissed through a letter by the Chief of Staff. It's part of the State of the Nation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is a scandal looming. Security services recruitment, TribeNet, we know who brought that company to the ministry. Kama has a way. And we, the minority, will pursue the person and make sure there's full disclosure. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers, they have reduced producer price and Erikopoku cannot be found. They don't care about cocoa farmers and they are here telling us inflation, macroeconomics is ready. Macroeconomics is ready. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey continues. Ghanaians continue to suffer under this Galamsey hardship. And we expect concrete action to be taken on Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, our elders say, give credit where credit is due. Mr. President is telling us today that some gains have been made. Those gains through this gold for reserve. Mr. Speaker, the gold for reserve policy, what they have failed to tell Ghanaians is that the Bawumia that they attack, Mr. Speaker, the Bawumia that they attack, the Bawumia that you attack is the brainchild of this policy. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge the government, give to Bawumia what belongs to Bawumia. Ministry who is chopping money. Mr. Speaker, we are happy you are showing. Very soon we'll bring a picture. Then you will see the one in charge of TribeNet duping innocent Ghanaians, duping the unemployed youths. There are many youths who are looking for jobs, and this TribeNet with the connivance of an appointee of government, she will be exposed. So you continue with Kenoforiata. Soon and very soon it will be your turn. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that this side of the House, we are ready today to debate on this Sona. And by Monday, the true Sona will be revealed by the minority. By Monday, we, the minority, will present to the people of Ghana the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me thank you for the opportunity, and I wish Mr. President well. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, let's now listen to the majority leader. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues in this House, we want to thank His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, for his excellent leadership.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please. We are not at a rally ground. Please. You must know that this House has the power to terminate, yes, by law, the membership of a member of Parliament. Please. This is just a reminder to all of you. Again, this is a reminder to all of you. Majority Leader, you may continue.
I want to thank His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama, for his leadership. Ghanaians are very grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the Ghana you inherited and the Ghana you speak of today is like day and night. The Ghana you inherited is as dark as the dark dresses that they are wearing on the other side. And the Ghana you speak of today is clearly as bright as the white dresses that we are wearing on this side. Mr. Speaker, clearly everything that you have said here is true. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Afenyo Makin will attest to that. he will attest to the fact that the big push is pushing through Winneba steadily. And he's getting premix. Mr. Speaker, it seems today is about cocoa prices. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, let me read Reuters today. Reuters has confirmed Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram for the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 Ghana cedis per 64 kilogram bag. Mr. Speaker, Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram from the mid-crop starting March 1st. The main crop price was 2,800 CFA francs per kilogram. When converted to Ghana cedis, this is about 980 to 1,225 per 64 kilogram bag. In Ghana, farmers are paid 2,587 per 64 kilogram bag, which is more than twice the price in Ivory Coast. This is confirmed this morning by Reuters. Mr. Speaker, I see written on the muffler of my friends in black that MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. Mobo Dodo MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo MPP. Mr. Speaker, this is the month of Ramadan, and Your Excellency, all Muslims in Ghana will pray for Allah's blessings on you. For your sterling leadership that has been recognized by the entire West Africa. That is why they unanimously elected you unopposed to lead in Africa. Ghanaians are proud of you. This Ramadan, many of our people could afford sugar and rice because the prices have come down. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader,
let me conclude.
Your 5 minutes.
Let me conclude by seconding the motion. The motion moved my friends.
Honorable Majority Leader, you will now move the motion for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourns until Tuesday in the forenoon. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, much as we are willing to work, the
the majority is unwilling to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second the motion to grant the pleasure of the majority leader who wants to go and rest. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. And the question is, as many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, clearly the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned.
So all too soon, we've come to the end of the 2026.
Staying with us, this is our live coverage of the presentation of State of the Nation addressed by the President. And so according to the Constitution, the President has performed his duty. Article 67 mandates him, and that he has done duly in Parliament. And as you can see on your screen, he's taking leave of the chamber, followed by the Vice President as well, exchanging some pleasantries. There have been a few things that he has said, not a few actually, quite a lot of things that he has said today in Parliament. If you have been hearing his ministers, you are not taking their words for it, at least. The President has today told you and I the state of the nation, put some data, put some numbers. Let's get some understanding of some of the highlights that he's been saying. If you missed the entire presentation whilst he takes leave, we'll also get some reactions in Parliament. My colleague Kuku Asante is on standby to get some reactions as well. But here are some of the highlights of what the President has been saying in his address. And Caleb is on standby. We'll try and just project it on the screen for you. But the President quite pleasantly exchanging some pleasantries on the screen there, as you see. With the fugu, if you recall, Kofi was telling you that this fugu is just nearly like what he wore for the 2025 Sona presentation. But today, quite colorful. I'm not sure last year he wore it with a cup, but today I think that he's wearing it with a cup. And if you also noticed, the kente that we used last year for the background of his presentation has as well been changed. And I like to think this is the kente that the Asante Hene presented to Parliament when he visited Parliament. But back in studio here, Caleb is on standby. Let's bring you some highlights. Let's crunch the numbers for you, or the data, or the information. Let's simplify it for you here. Caleb, so this year again, He's missing from, before you even go, right, he caught my attention when he likened the economy to his public service. He says that he has had some high and lows in his public service to this country, and that's how he thinks the country as well has been faring. But let's hear him exactly what he's been talking about in terms of reset and promises.
Yes, so MFA, like you said, the economy has gone through a lot over the past few years. Remember in the 2021-2022 time where inflation rate, the exchange rates all went out of control for some time. So that's what the president was talking about. And then we can all admit that for the past year, there's been some relative stability within the macroeconomic activities. And you can see from the exchange rate graph, we started 2025 around 14 cedis 70 pesos to a dollar. We're now doing 10 cedis 60 pesos. Even though it weakened a bit, it went to 11 cedis earlier this year, but then again, relatively stable. And
shopping just got easier with Franco Online. You get to buy original phones, electronics, and home appliances anytime, anywhere, just on your phone. Browse original mobile phones, smart televisions, air conditioners, washing machines, chest freezers, and many more. Just pick your phone, download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Buy, pay, and get it delivered to your doorstep. And the most exciting part of it all is you get free delivery within Accra and Kumasi within 24 hours. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com for bulk purchasing and retailing. Contact the numbers on the screen. Please do not succumb to any scammer online. Franco, home of quality mobile phones and home appliances.
Tasty Tom, add the new seasoning powders about chicken, stew, jollof, shrimp, beef, ginger and garlic. The way it enhances the natural aroma.
Tasty Tom, dear. I trust them.
And there is no staining of fish, meat, or chicken. We need also.
New aroma.
New taste.
New taste from Tasty Tom, new seasoning powder.
Flavor
and taste.
FDA aji edwadie nkratwe atomo.
Ya Bema. She is the love of my life. Sometimes I think she sees me, but she doesn't really see me.
Hey bro, you've got to style up. Style it up and make me go.
Style Up has a range of quality grooming products for men that keeps you looking good and feeling fresh all day. Now she sees me. You deserve to be seen. Style Up and go. Introducing the new Style Up Shower Gel, the GC brand. It's all about you.
This advert is FDA approved. Need an energy boost in the mornings? Try the new granola bar, wholesome and delicious. Busy day? No worries. The new granola bar is your on-the-go snack that fits into your day. Wherever your day takes you, snack with the next-gen Nutri-Snacks, made with wholesome oats and fiber.
The new granola bar from Nutri-Snacks, a satisfying snack for your busy moments. Now available in a premium pack of 3. This advert is FDA approved.
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, Island Boat Rides, Segway Adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire and fun luxury cabins tucked away into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Kriapim Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip. It's nature, comfort, adventure. Curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th and 21st of March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000 CDs, double 8,000 CDs. Call or WhatsApp Slevin on 053 1003813 to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style.
Hey, what's up?
Life. It's moving so fast. Yesterday I was in class 4. Today I'm almost in JHS. My shoes don't fit me anymore. My voice is deeper. I was watching cartoons, but now they say I'm too old for that.
The more things change, the more they'll stay the same. I still love you the same.
Come and sit, Dad.
In a world that keeps changing, Calipo still keeps making sweet memories.
I still love it.
Dad, I told you to have a sip, not to finish it.
Calipo food juice drink, making sweet memories. This advert is FDA approved.
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, Island Boat Rides, Segway Adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire and fun luxury cabins tucked away into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Kriapim Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip, it's nature, comfort, adventure, curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th and 21st of March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000 CDs, double 8,000 CDs. Call or WhatsApp Slevin on 053-100-3813 to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style.
Stella Apostle Ministries akikane hu biem dia jidifo shemukasia every jidifo
instrumental to exports. You know, you saw that in cocoa as well when the exchange rate used for cocoa farm gauge prices came down from about 14 cities to 10 cities. So that effectively means farmers are going to get less. So
it's interesting, Caleb, because really, as a country, you want to reduce imports and increase exports, because that's where you'll make some good revenue. But the irony is, well, as you're benefiting from here, you have to struggle down south as well.
There's always a trade-off.
Yes.
If you want people to be happy with their imports, the exports are going to suffer.
Okay.
But again, we have to hear from industry to see what concrete steps are being taken, the 24-hour economy and all of that, because that's how we're going to move the country forward in terms of, industrial revolution and all of that.
Okay. What next has the president's been saying? Okay.
So debt to GDP. So our debt has also reduced. About $100 billion of our debts has reduced. So 100 billion cedis, sorry. This again, mainly because of the currency. Because once you do the exchange rate factor, you take out, I think that's about 90% of the debt that's been reduced so far because of the exchange rates. The debt was about 300.
Caleb, stay with me. Let me take our viewers back to Parliament, where George Yofi is speaking to the Deputy Finance Minister. Well, we shall take you back to Parliament, fix that problem, and get to hear what the Deputy Finance Minister has to say. My colleague George is in Parliament and engaging him. Let me take you back there if we've rectified it.
So when they raise those concerns, they are genuine concerns, but the assurance is that we are determined to sustain it. We have put in place mechanisms that even when the IMF exits, we must have a fiscal council that will be approved by this August House. They will be the local IMF. They will be the local policemen. Exactly. Of course, we have legislated this. We have legislated 1.5 5% primary surplus as something mandatory for a finance minister to ensure that we achieve. Otherwise, he risks being censured. So apart from being disciplined on our own, we are legislating to make sure that nobody can come and overturn all the gains that we are
Revenue wasn't doing well.
That we embarked on an aggressive VAT reforms because we realized that VAT had collapsed. So with the reforms that we did, removing the cascading effect and all that, we hope that it is going to enhance compliance. We have also at the port deployed an AI system that is yielding results today alone. No, yesterday. Yes, yesterday's record that we saw. ICOM's declarations indicated about $12 million. The publican that was deployed indicated revenue that should have come of $15 million. A day alone, just yesterday, the difference was $3 million. Once this is sustained, you are going to see improvement in revenue. It cannot be achieved overnight, but it is a gradual process. And look, we are improving revenue, we are constraining expenditure, and we are bringing that discipline that will help the economy.
Constraining on expenditure, but finally on expenditure bit, are you spending as you're supposed to spend?
You see growth. Growth has surpassed 2024 for growth numbers up to the third quarter. The indication is that fourth quarter will even be better. So if we were not spending, where would the growth come from? We are spending, and we are spending at the right places. What we are doing is that we are cutting a lot of waste. It is never true that we are not spending. We are releasing promptly to get fund, to health insurance, to DACF, in multiple folds more than what was happening in previous years. We are making releases to the road sector, agric, everywhere. So we are spending. What is not happening is the wasteful expenditure that was with us.
Thank you, Honorable. And that is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament. Very soon we'll be trying to get some of the ministers who are here in terms of what they make of the address that has been made by the President. Interesting thoughts there by the Deputy Minister of Finance. He was arguing that indeed there is containing expenditure. Revenue is not good, but they believe that what are the measures that they put in place is going to get us the result that they are looking forward to as well. Kweku, you've been inside. What are the members been saying in terms of their expectations and expressions on this State of the Nation address?
Well, as usual, it has been a political football game. The NPP says this has not been inspiring as far as they are concerned. The president failed to deal with the matters having to do with the cocoa. Although we did hear from the president speaking in those terms. And so we'll try and see if we can get the finance minister himself, Dr. Kansela, to force him briefly to get some understanding of what is making on all of this. Very, very important speech that has now been read by the the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The 2026 State of the Nation address capturing 2025 as the year in review. Political footballing game, the NPP really saying that the president has just been skirting around the main issue, but that, as far as they are concerned, they are very important matters that have to be done.
I don't know whether there was any agreement. I remember I followed the Donald Trump State of the Nation address or State of the Union address, and you heard some of the back stories about some gentleman's agreement. Putting your ears on the ground, did you find out that there was some gentleman's agreement in terms of how the minority should behave? Even at a point in time, you saw that the speaker was trying to scold even the members of the majority in terms of how they should respond to the president when he's giving his address, and even the off-the-cuff comments and all those things.
I think generally, what happens is there is a general sense of agreement as to how things must go, whether or not how the heckling is all pre-planned. Exactly, and sometimes you just cannot predict what happens on the floor. The minority generally made their case right from the start. They made it known that they were there because of certain issue having to do with cocoa farmers, raised their cocoa pods, and then decided to just sit through the president's address and listen to him. Every now and then they interjected, said a few things, but generally they just allowed the president to discuss. I see that the lands minister is being brought to you to discuss a couple of the issues that have happened. The lands minister who has been following the president in address. So
Honorable, thank you so much for your time and welcome to our coverage of
difference.
What do you make of the president's assessment of the State of the Nation address?
The State of the Nation is in the right hands. What a difference 1 year makes. I think the president started with two themes. resetting Ghana and the Accra reset. The country.
You're probably wondering how Ebo got here. Oh, Ebo. You see, Ebo is not a bad guy. He's got plans. Big plans. But there's just one small problem. His wallet didn't get the memo. So he decides to take a shortcut. That was a bad idea. And that's how he found himself sitting across area champion, the great Abu Kailoyo. Let's just say, not every quick fix fixes everything. But with a Stanbic loan, he gets the upgrade he needs and the freedom to actually breathe. With a Stanbic loan, the only thing chasing you are your dreams.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids. It's time to put the spotlight on indigenous Ghanaian businesses, homegrown innovations, products, and services. Is your product produced and made right here in Ghana? Then brace yourself for an exciting sales and music festival dubbed Ghana Fest 2026, the biggest sales and exhibition bazaar in March. To register as a business or vendor, call 053-100-3813 or 024-445-3929. Limited slots available. This event is powered by Joy Prime and Joy FM with support from Joy News and Hits FM. Ghana Fest 2026. Buy Ghana, sell Ghana, celebrate Ghana.
Stella Apostle Ministries Aki Kane who be the Jennifer Shemukasia Ebrey and Jennifer Namose Anka Amen. As if today that you made the encounter a basu pesada match Busumia Tosuba no 9 pepe our Rain House Chapel not me God Purpose Miss Jehope Bishana Mia D Fone and Kukudam to say Prophet Eric Wahine Uche Amy Newman Kofi Sapon Jakalolomi Francis Hamo, Abrasewa Ophelia, Esther Godwell, and Jumediera, Stella Abasil, Sewupe Jumedian Chemubia, Stella Abasil Official, was social media platforms Nidina so. Media sponsors Soul Impact Family Productions, Nasisha Jumediana. The Encounter 2026, and then a member of Pudipu, now we shall brand Sam.
Hello, Ghana. Are you ready for the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026? The time is now. Nominations are officially open. Yes, who is that community hero in your corner? Who is that selfless individual bringing hope, dignity, and smiles to your community? Do you believe he or she deserves a national or even global recognition? Then don't wait. Send us a link or short videos and pictures showcasing the works of your impact maker, together with a one-page write-up detailing how this ordinary person is making life better for you and your community. Email your nomination to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. And here is the exciting part. 2 newly introduced categories. The Corporate Partner Impact Maker Award in recognition of organizations or institutions that demonstrate consistency and measurable impact through the corporate social responsibility initiatives, and the Disability and Inclusion Impact Maker Award, also to honor persons with disabilities who are making significant impact within their communities. Make your entries now. Remember, it's strictly one nomination, one entry per person. Nominations close on the 8th of March 2026. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts.
Ministries akekane hu biem de Jennifer Shemukasia Ebrey Jennifer nyina mo say enka amen asemtire de dwumadi so ne the encounter e basu pese na match bosom ya toso ba no 9 pepepe e wo Rain House Chapel North Legon Papa Speaker Chehope bishanya me di fo ne anufufu kukudam te say Prophet Eric Wahine Uche Amy Newman Kofi Sapon Shakalolomi Francis Amo Abrasewa Ophelia Esther Godwell Eni Jumedi Ra Stella Abasil Se Upe Jumedi Nchemu Bia Sheshe Stella Abasil Official was social media platforms Nijina so media sponsors Soul Impact Family Productions Nashisha Jumedi Nina The Encounter 2026 Eni na member Budipu na wisha Bransesa.
Why step out when you can shop at the comfort of your home? Franco Online has you covered. No stress, no queues. At Franco Online, you can shop all your original electronics and home appliances, from TVs, washing machine, refrigerators, air conditioners, to phones, accessories, laptops, and many more. It's free delivery within Accra and Kumasi. For your safety, Franco do not sell from random social media messages. Just call the numbers on your screen or visit the website at www.francotrading.com. You can also download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Franco Online, it's fast and reliable.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids.
Start your kids' day the right way, filled with confidence to take on any challenge. Pepsodent Kids contains the right amount of fluoride and sugar acid protection to care for their developing gums and teeth. Grab either orange or strawberry so they brush with the sweet flavor they love morning and evening. Pepsodent Kids, giving your children a bright smile for a brighter future.
Bring the dirty shit off fast.
To work and things are getting out.
So let me start from the Navy. The Navy is a fighting force on water. And for Ghana, 90% of their work is on the sea. So they don't go to the sea just to rescue people. They don't go to the sea just to go and play around. They are supposed to fight enemy forces. So you have to give them what it means to fight. And when we came, we realized that they were very light on the ability to use boats to fight. Because you need boats that have the ability, we call them combat boats. So the two that we wanted to acquire were the offshore patrol vessels, which is called OPV, and 2 of them. We crystallized the contract around 2022, and unfortunately we declared ourselves, we had to go to the IMF. It took us almost 1.5 years to convince the IMF to open up the gap. And that's how come that in 2024, late 2024, the IMF opened the gap and said, now you can borrow to purchase these 2 offshore patrol vessels, which in this year we would have delivered them to the Navy. But then the current finance minister came to Parliament as minority leader and shut it down and said they will not agree today, they will not agree tomorrow. We couldn't do it. It is a big burden for the Navy. If you ask the Navy, the first thing they will ask you is that they need combat boats. And that's what the president came to say again, that they will try to acquire those offshore patrol vessels. As for vessels for movement, we acquired as many as 20. Some were gifts, some were those that we acquired. That's what the Navy is currently using. We call them fast patrol boats. But it's not enough. Ghana should not have that little number. We should acquire more. For the Air Force, we are totally down. For security reasons, I will not be able to tell you the details, But I think that I support them to get combat helis and also to get a strategic lift. That I will support.
Well, before I let you go, do you still stand by your argument that we need a substantive Minister of Defense now than somebody acting or the finance minister doubling as a defense minister?
I don't want to say that the government is not taking the issue of defense seriously. I don't believe that the president would have left the Minister of Finance to stay for this long, or the Attorney General to stay for this long. And for the president to have done that, I wonder why the president did that. Defense is one of the key ministries that no country can do without. And I don't understand why we lost our brother, yes, may his soul rest in peace, but not to have a defense minister for almost 9 months, I think it's not, almost 7-8 months is not a good thing.
So where lies the difference? There's a deputy minister of defense, there's a Atuforsen acting. Why the worry coming from?
So by our conventions and laws and acts, the deputy minister cannot act. No, it is a substantive minister who will act. I think it's simply too busy to do the work that we are supposed to be done. I'll give an example. When the Burkina Bay incident happened, we should have had the Minister for Defense move to Burkina immediately to ensure that he moves with, he sits with his counterpart, look at the issue, look at what we have to do. It had to take the foreign minister to do that on his behalf. Look, when the sea matter happened, we should have had the defense minister coming to brief the nation in the form of a press conference. How many people were kidnapped? What happened? What are you going to do to ensure that it does not happen again? How many boats are you going to give to ensure that what education are you going to give? Is a duty of the defense minister. Clearly, we are not having that. It is because we don't have a substantive minister. Ato is busily preparing his budget. He's struggling here to make sure the economy looks well. Why are you going to burden him with the idea of holding defense as well? I think that is wrong. All I'm saying is that let's prioritize our defense. The only country we have is Ghana. And the first duty of a state is to make its citizens safe, to keep you alive. And if you do not prioritize security, then unfortunately, we will not get anything right.
Well, I appreciate your time so much. That is Dominic Mitewo, the former Minister of Defense, sharing his thought on the President's State of the Nation address in terms of when it comes to security, military, and defense issues. He's been making an argument that indeed we need a Minister of Defense now. Also share this thought about issues about accommodation and actually resourcing the military to do their work. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament. Before you're here, where we are engaging several of the ministers of state and even members of Parliament in terms of their expectation or what the President said and what did they make of it. This is our coverage, bringing to you live updates on the issues. If you heard the former Minister of Defense, he shared his thought about the bit about the security services. They need to be well resourced to do their work because the current situation is not good in terms of the equipment as well. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament. And we'll say over to you guys in the studio. We'll come back to you again. His assessment of the current state of the economy.
Well, I think that the assessment is accurate. There can be little to no dispute about the sacrosanct of the facts that he put out. You follow the economy closely. I mean, it's your daily, what do you call it? It's the source of your daily bread, actually. And you do know that the Ghanaian economy was in pretty bad shape as of the end of 2024. Our debt was in terrible shape. The currency had depreciated. Inflation was very high. the cost of living was quite unbearable, and other indicators were in complete disarray. But since we came into office, through deliberate efforts to ensure that fiscal discipline, fiscal consolidation, and the general adherence to time-tested principles of economic management, we turned the situation around. And today, everybody can attest that the key indicators are in the right shape. Inflation is low, 3.8%, which is the lowest in about 27 years, if I'm not mistaken. Our debt has reduced by 82 billion Ghana cedis. The size of our economy has expanded, and today we are ranked among the first 10 or the top 10 economies in Africa, with our economy exceeding about $100 billion in size. The exchange rate today is what, 10.6 cedis to a dollar. That's the interbank rate today. When we came to office, it was hovering around 15 cedis. Fuel prices have come down. The prices of thousands of items on the market have come down, and we all bear witness to this. And so there can be little dispute about what the president put out. It is an accurate.
Minority is saying that the foundation was laid. We were on that recovery path. That is what the minority was saying, and the credit is not being given to them as if everything was bad, and some magic wand was done. What do you say?
Masabi, everything was bad. Why? Is an inflation rate of 23% good?
It was sliding.
No, but it was 23%. It wasn't single digit. It was 23%. In any event, who took it to 54%? They did monumental damage to the Ghanaian economy, and then reluctantly went to the IMF in an ambulance when they were limping, and somehow the IMF ensured that they adhere to some basic fundamental principles governing economic recovery. In any event, you know that they missed some of the key targets, benchmarks that the IMF said. You know that they missed their target on the primary balance, they missed their target on the deficits, and other such indicators. So the economy we inherited was not good. Why? What was the dollar rate? It was around 15 cedis to a dollar. That was not good. It was not 10 cedis as we have it today. Inflation was 23%, as I've pointed out. Our debt was over 700 billion Ghana cedis, as I have said. There was no indicator really that you could say was in good shape. But we have come in and adhered to the principles of fiscal discipline, which they lacked. That is the fundamental problem that they faced. We have improved upon the situation, and it has led to a situation where those improvements have translated into the lives of the people of Ghana. You drive a car. When you go to the pump today, you know that you buy fuel at a cheaper cost than you used to do under the MPP. It is not a disputable fact. And that is only because we've been able to stabilize the exchange rate, which is a key factor in determining fuel price. And this has translated into gains across the broad spectrum of the economy.
But what is, when it comes to the president, his commitment to fiscal discipline going forward? Because some will say that there might be instances where the finance minister will say, Mr. President, we can't do this. The buck stops to the president about that personal commitment to fiscal discipline and sustaining this gain. You work closely with the president. What is the president's posturing and commitment to this?
The president is very committed to ensuring fiscal discipline. Indeed, when he visited Singapore sometime last year, in a meeting with the president of Singapore, he made it clear that the perennial problem of election year fiscal overruns will be a thing of the past, and that he is not going to break the Ghanaian.
That's a problem.
Absolutely,
the government has to win power.
No, but you see, you do not need to break the national pace in order to win power. What you need to do is maintain fiscal discipline, because there will be tomorrow. Our national life does not end with elections or begin with elections. You understand me? So he has committed to ensuring that we stay the course. In fact, much has been said about the commitment controls that are being implemented by the finance minister. Many people do not know that the president is the inspiration behind that, and that he goes through these requests for expenditure with a fine comb to ensure that expenditure that is not essential, that is not critical to the management of the economy, is disallowed. And that is the reason why we have been able to maintain that. So, whereas the finance minister is doing a sterling job, the real inspiration behind it is the president. And it is because he is hands-on and he is keeping a close eye on the national purse to ensure that it is not abused in the manner that it was done under the MPP.
No, but there's been also another concern about, I know it's a prerogative of the president, about appointing a substantive minister of defense. Will that happen soon? Because some are saying that the sector is quite a very delicate sector. We need somebody who has a full attention. Honorable Atufo-Sona has a lot on his plate. Are we going to see some appointment very soon?
Well, I think the president himself has made it clear that as and when he deems it appropriate, he will do so. He said that even before the Christmas break. But the point is that there's nothing that should be done in the Ministry of Defense that is not being done currently. Only 2 days ago, or was it yesterday, there was an issue of some Ghanaian fishermen who had got into some trouble with some pirates. The military responded swiftly and brought the situation under control. And as I speak, all the 71 or so of them have been brought to safety. Some of our compatriots were unfortunately caught in the crosshairs of some terrorist activity in Burkina Faso. Within the twinkling of an eye, Ghanaian troops and officials had moved in to evacuate them to safety. So there's nothing that should happen in the defense ministry that is not happening currently. And Dr. Kasela Tufosin has kept his eye on the ball with the able assistance of his deputy, Honorable Boja Jemfi, and they are managing the situation. But as and when the president finds it necessary to name somebody to that portfolio, he will do so without.
Honorable, finally, what do you have for Ghana? There are some who will say that the macro numbers are looking good and there's no dispute about that. But trickling down to micro and impacting on the pocket maybe has taken a while. What do you tell those who make that argument?
You are aware of the transmission mechanism. There's what economists call the politician's error, where we assume that the moment there's a drop in inflation, there should be a direct corresponding drop in prices. You do know that there's some time lag. Indeed, it is believed that anything between 3 to 6 months is the time it takes for this to translate. But even then, the inflation figures show that prices have indeed come down. Because if you take the price baskets of 307 items, the reason why it will move from 23% to 3.8% is that a majority of the items in that basket have reduced in price. And indeed, this is evident. When you go to the market today, and we have been doing our service, the Ghana Saska Service does it, we also do it as a government. The evidence is that the prices of thousands of commodities have gone down. Indeed, you are in Parliament. Parliament is a house of records. Before the Trade Committee, as I speak to you, is a report in which they themselves attest to evidence supplied by Guta of the reduction in the prices of thousands of items in the Ghanaian market. So and we all face it. You go to the market, I go to the market. And I've said, when you go to the I do. I'm a Ghanaian just like you. When I need groceries, what do? I need to go and get them myself one time. But the point is that at the very least, you drive. There are 3.7 million car owners in Ghana. And then there are tens of millions of people who rely on public transport. All these people have benefited from a reduction in price. You also do know that transportation plays a critical role in the economic value chain. It is the intermediary between traders, that is wholesalers and retailers. And once the price of fuel goes down, it impacts on the price. Of course, there are a few recalcitrant operators in the economy who want to engage in rent-seeking behavior. Yes, they want to engage in rent-seeking behavior. They simply want more profit than is due them. They are there, but the vast, overwhelming majority of traders have complied with this downward trend in price, and it is reflective. Of course, you can always ask for more. I certainly would like that prices are much lower than they are even now. And we will continue to work as a government to ensure that the factors that contribute to price build-up go down further, and then it translates into prices on the market.
Honorable, I appreciate your time, so we'll be coming for more. We're looking at how things progress. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address, coming to you live from the chamber, the foyer of the chamber in Parliament here. It looks like we have to draw the curtains down. Well, hold on, fair. We have one of the honorable ministers, honorable members. Honorable, thank you so much for your time. What do you make of the president's assessment in terms of the state of the economy?
But what shall it profit President Mahama when you claim that the exchange rate has reduced, inflation has reduced, and yet cocoa farmers are suffering? What shall it profit Ghana when you are touting inflation rates declining and exchange rate declining, but cost of living is rising? The price of commodities are very expensive, the salaries of workers are the same, and they cannot afford the same things that they could do with their salaries a year or two ago. So the president must look at, economic management system that will reflect in the pockets of the people and will not only look good on paper. We want, beyond the paper, the living cost of the people to be improved, rising costs to reduce. That is true achievement. But as we speak, that is not the case. We are also living in a state of insecurity. Our fisher folks no longer feel safe to go fishing because of the mismanagement of the defense sector. Pirates attack here and there. We saw pirate attack in Volta, now pirate attack in Central Region, Senyambreku. We are also complaining, those of us born to cocoa farmers, those of us from constituency, all of us are cocoa farmers in Asen South.
You promised 6,500 cedis per bag. They voted for you. You have turned around to deceive them. And now you have reduced the price of cocoa. That's never been seen before. You have rendered the cocoa farmer poorer. The cocoa farmer who could pluck 10 bags of cocoa to purchase a certain bags of cement and a certain packets of roofing seed to build can no longer do so, because now 10 bags of cocoa cannot afford the same bags of cement, cannot afford the same packets of roofing seeds. The cocoa farmer is poorer under President Mahama. And so we are urging him to take very, very, very critical look at all the promises that he gave under President Mahama. His own voter region, where he gets most of his vote from, parents are demonstrating against free SHS, unbearable, unapproved fees. So there's discontentment among almost every class of society. That is the true state of the nation. And the president and his ministers must sit up. But we are urging him to appoint a defense minister immediately. And he must come to this house with the agreement for the acquisition of OPVs so that our waters can be safe again.
Honorable, thank you so much. This is our coverage of the State of the Nation address coming to you live from Parliament as well, as we try and bring these proceedings to an end. All right, let's do. Yeah.
Right. So George Afe there doing a lot of work. Let me talk to these two gentlemen, and then Felix Pachefosu. Felix Pachefosu first. I mean, Sorry, I'll come. Oh, you're talking to me. Okay. Well, a couple of the issues that have come up, and the George, you've heard all the counter views that have gone on and on and on. How have you seen overall the kind of commentary?
I think it's interesting. You will see the majority sticking to their guns and their position or posture that things have improved, things have done well. You see the minority also saying that, well, things are hard. So it appears that that is what you're going to expect here in terms of the posture of the majority and the standing of the minority group. And that's what you're seeing here.
Really enjoyed you there. And this is just about how we just about wrapping up, where the president speaking for a little close to 3 hours on his feet, delivering his message on the state of the nation. The president ultimately has painted quite a rosy picture. He says that things are quite going on well, and that where there are challenges, he's working on it, he's going to fix it, and as far as they are concerned, things have been quite good when it comes to the economy. The jury is still out there for the people to tell what their own state of the nation is. How does it reflect in their own lives, in their pockets? The jury is still out there with our colleagues spread all over the country, getting the views of the people as to how it is. My name is Kweku Asante. I've been doing this with George Afe. We've been coming to you from Parliament, where this very, very important and seminal, event in the Constitution has just concluded. The president speaking for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, delivering the State of the Nation address. Take it over, MFRDT and colleagues in the studio.
My colleagues there, Kweku Asante and George Afe from the Parliament House, giving us updates of the post-State of the Nation's address by the President. But Kweku asking an important question: what is the true state of the nation for you? What's the state in your pocket, on your plate, on your dining table, in your tariffs? But let's still bring you some highlights, and a little later, my colleague Sona will take over and engage experts in various sectors that the president presented the State of the Nation's address on, to seek their view as well, to help you understand properly and situate that address that he delivered earlier according to his mandate of the Constitution. And Caleb is still with me. Caleb, so we're giving them highlights, just summing it up for our viewers who've been watching us. But tell me, so I see behind you again, employment? Yes,
so one of the major things the politicians and the campaigns always focus on is employment and unemployment, and reducing the unemployment numbers. And then the president, according to the president, over 1 million Ghanaians have been employed within the first 3 quarters of 2025. So between January to about September 2025, October 2025, 1 million Ghanaians were employed.
I trust you and your team to fact check this for me.
Yes, so
because I'm challenged by what the GSS actually also released some months ago.
Yes,
that's 1.3 million.
Yeah, so we've done some very early checks, and then it doesn't seem to pan out. According,
you're so generous with your words. It doesn't seem to pan out.
It doesn't seem to pan out. Sometimes it takes time to go through the numbers very well for 100% accuracy. But then this is directly from the GSS reports for the first 3 quarters of 2025.
Okay.
According to the GSS, employment increased by over 330,000 Ghanaians. So this is far below the 1 million Ghanaians that the president quoted. And then if you do some different mathematics where you look at the employment figures per quarter, because this 330,000 is the difference between the first quarter of 2025 and the third quarter of 2025. But then if you look at the numbers quarter by quarter, you see that about 600,000 people were employed in the first 3 quarters of 2025. So the 1 million figure is inaccurate according to the numbers from the Statistical Service. Most of the times we look at formal employment, which is easier to count, but then sometimes there could be informal employment, which the markets and all of that where GSS cannot fully count. But then from the Ghana Statistical Service, in the first 3 quarters of 2025, about 330,000 Ghanaians were employed. If you do it quarter on quarter, that's about 660 or 670,000 Ghanaians being employed in the first 3 quarters of 2025. So again, the 1 million Ghanaians being employed in the first 3 quarters does not seem to pan out.
Something to look into.
Exactly. And over the weekend, the team will be doing the numbers, and on Monday we'll come out with a fact check report.
Okay. Talking about employment, of course, they've always situated employment under the 24-hour economy. I see that you go to the graphs and the numbers, but something caught my attention. He says that we're going to have 24-hour markets in each region.
Yes.
I don't know how it will take, the form and shape that market will take, but so far we know that when it was launched, we had about $300 million a seed fund,
yes.
And then the budget as well allocated another extra 100, making it 400. Am I correct with the numbers?
Yes, largely correct.
Yeah.
But majority of the allocation actually goes to the secretariat. So there's a new secretariat being set up, an office, basically the 24-hour economy secretariat. So they are running, and the efficiency of the office is where majority of the allocation is going to go. Now, if you look at the actual expenditure that the state is going to incur, according to the policy document, that's over $4 billion. So $4 billion. And that takes into account the tax exemption that are going to give these companies. Sometimes, the import exemptions you give them, the tax holidays and all of that. If you quantify it, it's over $4 billion. But again, so this is not directly coming from the states, but this is what the state is going to let go of. But then in the State of the Nation address, we didn't really hear the concrete steps for the operationalization of the 24-hour economy.
Well, they say that the legal framework gives it a bit of ground and firming, right?
That was, I think, about last week where the bill was actually passed now, and then the secretariat is now up and running. But again, businesses were looking to hear some concrete steps, because if you look through the policy document that was released somewhere last year, these were proposals. These were not agreed with the government. This was a proposal by the secretariat at the time, led by Gusitano.
Was it when they put it in 8 blocks?
Exactly. So that was a proposal. That was not their firm policy direction. So businesses are still wondering to see where exactly they're going to benefit from, because that's not come out yet. Earlier we heard that the National Cathedral could be turned into a cultural center, and then later the government said they've not accepted that policy because it wasn't their proposal. That's why the media ran with it, but then the government said they've not accepted that yet. So most of the things in the document that was released last year were proposals. So up to now, most businesses don't really have concrete policy direction that they are going to work with. The time of use tariffs, we still don't have the concrete or the actual tariffs that businesses are now going to pay if you operate 24 hours. We don't know whether there will be benefiting from tax exemptions, import duties exemptions. We don't know which forms will come in, whether it's capital goods and all of that.
Interesting though, Kayla, because we're doing well with the city, which means that we're able to import at a lower price. So if importation is this good and get some good ground here in Ghana, I wonder where the demand level will be for the 24-hour economy.
And it's good to talk about the importation, because even the businesses so complain about our ports. You import a good for your company, but then it takes about 2 or 3 weeks for it to clear.
But he says the port is running 24 hours now.
But businesses are still complaining that they can't clear their goods on time. So something we have to understand exactly why the ports cannot clear goods faster. Because most of the businesses are now comparing Ghana's ports to Cote d'Ivoire, where they say in Cote d'Ivoire it's easier to clear your goods sometimes within a week or a few days. You get your goods from the port and you're up and running. But in Ghana, you have to pass through so many channels. Sometimes you have to bribe some people and all of that just to get your goods cleared from the port. If you have perishable items, they're going to, get rotten and all of that at the port. So these are some of the structural issues that the 24-hour secretariat and, the policy, when it's up and very concrete, you need to understand how the government is going to address those things for business communities. Again, this largely hinges on the business community that you accept to be onboarded onto the 24-hour economy. Because again, we already have the free zones. In the free zones, you don't pay so much taxes, tax exemptions, exports, no export duties and all of that. Again, we are translating that to a 24-hour economy. So we have to know whether businesses will mind that shift.
What would even happen to free zones?
Exactly. Really? So the whole policy direction is still a bit vague. Again, the policy document that we had was a proposal. It's not a concrete direction from the government. So I think maybe now that the secretariat is up and running, they might release the full guidelines for if you want to onboard onto the 24-hour economy and then the benefits you get and all of that.
Okay. We can go to the next slide to see.
So if you can go to the next slide.
Okay.
Yes, so...
these are the percentages to the youth unemployment, exactly, okay?
Yeah. And then we just spoke about the 24-hour economy, so just passed recently. And then the cocoa.
Cocoa was such a big elephant in the room. This one, not just imagine, the minority showed up and showed out with it.
Cocoa pot.
If you've not seen cocoa before, at least you have an idea how it looks, because the minority really were not having it. The president was quite honest. He said that really revising the cocoa producer price was very, very difficult, which you just have behind you. But he had to take that decision.
Yes, and before the government actually announced the reduction in cocoa prices, I was here with Mami, and we're talking about the most pragmatic approach would be to reduce the price, because it's not going to be sustainable for the government.
Yes.
If the government decided to keep the price where it was, we have to be paying subsidies, and already where we are not meeting our revenue targets, it's going to be very hard for the government to move money around. So,
Kela, but to be fair though, in the sub-region or in the market down here, did it look like Ghana was the one paying the best of the prices to the farmers?
Yes. So,
yeah,
it was.
Yeah, to be fair to the government.
To be fair, it was.
So the amount you see today looks very small, but if you wanted to open the conversation up, then it will look like, if I was in another country, I won't be getting this amount. I hear Cote d'Ivoire is actually reducing, and it will start in March, 1st March, I think.
Yes, they'll be reducing there soon. Again, the price, so Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we set a farm-based price where the buyers have to pay this particular amount. But in other countries like Cameroon or Nigeria, they don't set farm-based prices.
Okay.
When the buyer comes, you negotiate and you pay directly with the farmer or whoever you're buying the cocoa from. So that's why the other countries seem to be benefiting. Because when prices went as high as $10,000 or $12,000, the farmers were directly receiving the $10,000. But in Ghana, we had a farm-based price, and the government had to account for cocoa boards, costs, and all of that. So the farmers were not directly benefiting. But then when the prices went down, because we still have a farm-based price, the farmers were still benefiting from the high prices. But the other countries where there's no farm-based prices, a free market, the farmers were receiving the lower prices. So in that situation, when the prices came down, Ghanaian farmers were benefiting for some time. So buyer decided, okay, I'm not going to buy from Ghanaian markets again, I'm going to the other markets, and then they had to reduce the farm-based price. But
really, the minority advances the argument that we hear cocoa board has always been in debt.
Yeah.
Now the debt is a little big, I think 32.8 or 9 billion. And then they say that, well, we're here that you have challenges, but the cocoa farmer shouldn't suffer for it.
And that's the different sides of the argument, because when we're trying to get farmers to buy onto the cocoa board model, we told farmers that when prices come down, we'll protect you.
Yeah.
When prices go up, allow us to give you, not the full price. Let us keep some for the rainy days when prices do come down. But unfortunately, Cocoa Board had not been doing that very well, because there's supposed to be a cocoa stabilization fund. Whenever cocoa prices go above, I think $3,000 per ton, you keep some excess in a fund, so that when the prices do come down, and do come down eventually, you take money from that fund, you just cushion farmers. But it seemed like that fund was not really operational.
Yeah.
Because if it was, that's when the government would...
He used to cushion the farmers.
Exactly, because the price of cocoa fell mid-season. So usually what happens is that once you have the fund, for the rest of the season, you'll be taken from the fund, and at the end of the season, that's when you can decide to reduce prices.
Cocoa Board is the regulator, I admit. But where is the cocoa marketing company in all of this?
So
they're supposed to sell and make money for the government, are they not? I do not hear them in the conversation in the last days.
Because Cocoa Board is the overall regulator for the.
But they're just regulating though.
Yeah, and CMC is under Cocoa Board.
Yeah,
there's
I agree.
A subsidiary of Cocoa Board, so everything starts with Cocoa Board. And usually when Cocoa Board gets the cocoa beans, then pass it on to CMC or the cocoa marketing company, and then they do the sale. Sometimes they take it to the cocoa processing company, and then they produce the chocolates and the King's Bites we have. Cocoa processing company does that. So usually everything goes back to Cocoa Board. So once there's a policy direction from Cocoa Board, it affects all the others within the sector, no matter what the other people.
What's that one single thing you hope to see in this new legislature that the Cocoa Board or Cocoa Board is hoping to advance to Parliament? Overall, you have studied the sector quite well. What's that one thing that if they miss out in this bill, we'll be back here having the same conversation?
So I'll use Ecuador as an example.
Okay.
So in 2016, Ghana was producing almost 1 million tons of cocoa. Ecuador was doing 370,000 tons. Currently, Ecuador is doing 500,000 tons. Ghana is doing 600,000 tons. So the gap has closed. And
very much.
The projections are next year, Ecuador is going to surpass Ghana and then become the second largest producer of cocoa. Yeah, so Ghana used to be first, it became second to Ivory Coast, and now we're going to be third. Ecuador is going to overtake Ghana. Now the problem is that now Ecuador took advantage of the high prices. When prices were high, because like I explained earlier, farmers in Ecuador benefit from the actual price of cocoa. There's no farm gate price, there's no regulator or middleman that takes or that sets prices and takes some of the profits for themselves. So once the farmers were receiving the high price of cocoa or the high dollars when the cocoa prices were very high, they decided to reinvest in their farms, to get more machines on the farms, more improved seedlings, and then now they are producing at a much higher pace. If you compare their production per hectare to that of Ghana's own, they're almost catching up with Ghana, and then they will surpass us very soon. So this new policy direction or this new bill that is being worked on, we need to understand how, one thing, the farmer benefits tremendously, because once farmers are happy, they'll keep planting.
Okay.
And again, we need to understand how improved machinery, improved seedlings are going to be brought onto the markets. And then thirdly, the galamsey situation. You cannot take galamsey out of it. Because once farmers are contemplating, not even, some say they will not do it, but once people are contemplating selling their farms to galamsey operators, or galamsey operators are forcefully taking over farms, again, we're not going to get enough cocoa beans.
Well,
these three policy measures.
Caleb, stay with me because we have Associate Professor of Finance at Andrews University in the United States, Professor William Kwesi Prepa, joining us via Zoom. Prof, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, I'm certain that you followed the address delivered by the President this afternoon, from morning all through this afternoon. But the conversation starts and rests at our public debt, because most of the decisions that we take will fall within that. It says that we have reduced it, or we fell by 82.1 billion. Let's start the bigger conversation from there. What's your view?
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to your viewers. So if you ask me on the debt, I think that some factors has really worked for us in that angle. The first one I'm going to talk about is when the government intentionally worked on the exchange rate. So most of the debt that we were owing in foreign currencies, because the cedi strengthened, those debt repayment became very cheaper. So that is one major factor. And the second factor is that we could also see from 2005 that the government intentionally decided to make sure that the revenue that they are generating, they were going to go by the IMF plan and to be able to pay off some of the loans when they are due. So you notice that, as the president said, even one of the facilities that were due, they were able to mobilize enough resources to pay it even before the due date. And this points to the fact that there is this fiscal discipline with revenue mobilization and resource allocation. And that is what we've seen that help us to be able to pay off our debts. And the third one, the third one I may also talk about the debt is that we've also seen that our public debt, even though the government is borrowing through the treasury bills, the short-term market, what the net off between what they borrow and what they repay is not increasing. So that is one other factor that has caused our public debt also to see a reduction. So these three factors are key and intentional. And from what I've seen and what I'm reading, is what the government has done to ensure that our debt has come up to that reduction of that 81 billion Ghana cedis.
Okay, Prof, help me here. So you mentioned fiscal discipline. One thing also has my attention. You say that revenue mobilization. How do I reconcile the discontinuation of some tax revenues that they discontinued in mobilizing the revenue that you have just mentioned? How are they mobilizing these revenues beyond spending quite well, as they have said?
So I think we know that they took out the e-levy, which was a major. The previous government's major tax revenue, but we noticed that it couldn't generate that revenue that really needed. There is something we have in economics, we call it the lava curve. There is a point when you introduce taxes, it becomes disincentive. People will stop paying. So with the e-levy, that was how it was seen. It became a disincentive, and the government took it off. And we also noticed the VAT, which was tax on tax, was also worked on. But you will see that once you're able to remove taxes that makes it disincentive to pay your taxes, people will become now willing to pay the existing taxes in terms of being compliant. So the revenue that we have received, which really helped us in revenue mobilization, is basically on compliance. The existing taxes that we have, we noticed that the government and its strategy between the GRA have ensured compliance. One key element is the introduction of AI at customs points. When the exchange rate dropped, people started importing items coming in, even though the payment on duties have reduced. But when you see the volume increasing, then it means that your revenue, your tax revenue is going to go up. So these are some of the things that has really worked also for the government in terms of removing those tax, those that they call nuisance tax. Okay. But the real benefit is that I'm sure the government was aware that taking out or removing those taxes means that they were going to lose some revenue. So they needed to be more disciplined on their expenditure. So, the minority says that the government is not spending. Meaning that the way they live their life, when they were in government, they expect this government to live the same way, but they are not seeing it that way. That's why they are complaining. But from the speech from the president, we noticed that, yes, indeed, some expenditures have been going on. I'm not speaking for the government, I'm just looking at the numbers. So the president reported that arrears has been being paid. Yeah. So a lot of arrears has been paid. And when you pay those arrears, it means that you are spending. So it's a key factor of expenditure. However, it is intentional and disciplined expenditure. The government is putting money at where it thinks that it's going to have an impact on the economy. So I'm going to explain two main things. In terms of output, you will see that when we say output on quantitative numbers, a lot of money has been spent, but they have been spent at the right places. Okay. And they have been able to bring some form of stability. One of the key areas the president talked about is on the energy level. We know the doomsday problem, where the government now says that he has paid all arrears to energy, some of the energy major two partners, and planning to pay the rest. It brings that kind of confidence, and that's why we've seen the energy being stabilized. So, if you ask me, these are some of the disciplined financial measures I've seen the government come out with. Though I have my other reservations.
I can't wait to get to the reservations, because then I'll take it from you what you expected to hear in today's State of the Nation's address that you didn't see, or if you did, fell short of a few things.
So the president was very clear with when he was able to mention a little bit about unemployment, employment, and refer to the 1 million Ghana statistical figure. Yeah. However, we are sitting on the time bomb on unemployment in Ghana. So in both economics and finance, the three major things a country seeks to solve, if you ensure economic stability like we have seen, if you ensure monetary stability like we have seen, and it does not trickle now to creating employment, it means that you have solved two problems, but your main problem, what you are put in government to do, is to make sure that your citizens are able to work. And this is where I think that I was not able to hear much on the employment, though the government said they were going to. I think he pointed to some of the existing youth employment programs and those things. But we want to see permanent jobs, not the short-term jobs, the national service jobs you talked about and the rest. We want to see how we translate these gains into full-time jobs. Mm-hmm. That should be the crux and the key of the whole thing. When Ghanaians are able to get work to do, then we can say that yes, things are working well. Well, maybe the president says that we should get ready. We are now going to fly. So probably he's pointing to the point of, if I want to see that we are flying, then it means that a lot of the youth we have there are now getting employment. At least it's good. We have 1 million. But remember, the 1 million is just less than 1% of the entire youth population who have graduated from the university and they don't have any work to do. So the focus should be on that side. That is what I wanted to hear, the more on employment strategies. But it beats me though, Prof, that most governments, one of the things that they struggle with is employment. If it's not employment, it will be underemployment. What is it? Is it a module they use to want to cure that problem that is not potent enough? Or it's just we don't know how to create jobs for young people? What's really the challenge? So the governments normally come with policies. So your policy must be a policy that will trickle down to even individuals who have the initiative to create their own employment, not relying on formal employment. So that kind of mindset and that kind of policy is what probably we want to see from government if they say we are taking off. Is their policy going to ensure that, yes, indeed, when I finish school, I'm not going to rely on seeking government of other formal employment, but can I be able to be in a position to be my own entrepreneur? Yeah. And is the policy set for me to be able to do that? This is what I want to see. I'm going to say something which I think, as we see that in interest rate is dropping, central bank must also be cautious to see that new loans are given to startups. So central bank must come out with another strategy and say, we want to give all the banks some room to be able to venture into areas that are a little bit more riskier for the youth to be able to take the loans. And then they create a fund and say, yes, if any bank is able to give loans to startups of people within 5,000 Ghana cedis, 10,000 Ghana cedi limit, and they are not able to pay, the government will be able to cover up. So these programs are something that I want to see the central bank and the government coming up with that policy. And then it will give the confidence that when I graduate from the university or maybe from high school or from whatever level, and I want to start a new venture, I want to start something, I can walk to the bank once now we have identification, and with my small program, I go and meet the bank and say, yes, this is what I want to do, and the bank will not say you are not too risky, your project you want to do is not bankable, so they are not going to give. Then they can tap into the government program to create that kind of employment and give that kind of money to help the youth to be able to focus on. So employment is very, very key. Prof, stay with me. Just stay with me a little longer. I'm taking our viewers to Parliament where the minority is addressing the media.
That moment when you are hungry and you need a fast and reliable meal solution. Your neighbor even hides a watch from you. Introducing Winty's Special Gary Mix, your all-in-one Gary Mix with milk, sugar, granite, and coconut flakes. Wow! Gary Mix. Hey! I'm missing that. Get in here, Obitimi na dwa kabom an waye Winty's
Special Gary Mix.
Winty's Special Gary Mix comes in 4 flavors: cocoa, original, beetroot, and turmeric.
Only water you need, either cold or warm. Don't make mistake. No hot water, otherwise,
Winty's Special Gary Mix, a taste you can trust. This advert is FDA approved.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids.
Love 99.5 FM presents the 7th edition of the Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz. This is where brilliance meets challenge as talented pupils from schools across the region go head-to-head, testing their knowledge in mathematics, English, science, and current affairs. It's more than just questions and answers. It's a celebration of learning, courage, and excellence. Watch as young leaders step onto the stage, confident, focused, and ready to make their mark. The Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz will be live on TV, Joy Prime and Joy Learning, and on your favorite radio station, Love 99.5 FM. The Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz, an avenue for kids to learn and have fun.
Why step out when you can shop at the comfort of your home? Franco Online has you covered. No stress, no queues. At Franco Online, you can shop all your original electronics and home appliances, from TVs, washing machine, refrigerators, air conditioners, to phones, accessories, laptops, and many more. It's free delivery within Accra and Kumasi. For your safety, Franco do not sell from random social media messages. Just call the numbers on your screen or visit the website at www.francotrading.com. You can also download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Franco Online, it's fast and
It's time to put the spotlight on indigenous Ghanaian businesses, homegrown innovations, products, and services. Is your product produced and made right here in Ghana? Then brace yourself for an exciting sales and music festival dubbed Ghana Fest 2026, the biggest sales and exhibition bazaar in March. To register as a business or vendor, call 053-100-3813 or 024-445-3929. Limited slots available. This event is powered by Joy Prime and Joy FM with support from Joy News and Hits FM. Ghana Fest 2026. Buy Ghana, sell Ghana, celebrate Ghana.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids.
Charlie, again, Guamu. Bring the dirty shit off fast.
Remember shit that your mama made. For home church, all of and watch it. Back to school.
But the shit on of a hook me.
Enjoy homemade taste of Shito, always with Didi Shito. Carefully selected ingredients, no preservatives, no colorants. Didi Shito, if you do. This advert is FDA approved.
Ghana's biggest kids cooking reality show is back. Big Chef Junior, where young talents showcase creativity, confidence, and culture. One dish at a time. Watch simple ingredients turn into culinary masterpieces and big dreams come true. Are you between 8 and 12 years old with passion, personality, and love for food? You don't need to be perfect. Just ready to shine. Send us a 1-minute video of yourself cooking your favorite meal via WhatsApp 055-157-5757. Be ready to become the next Big Chef Junior star. Big Chef Junior, good meals by kids.
Hello, Ghana. Are you ready for the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026? The time is now. Nominations are officially open. Yes, who is that community hero in your corner? Who is that selfless individual bringing hope, dignity, and smiles to your community? Do you believe he or she deserves a national or even global recognition? Then don't wait. Send us a link or short videos and pictures showcasing the works of your impact maker, together with a 1-page write-up detailing how this ordinary person is making life better for you and your community. Email your nomination to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. And here is the exciting part. 2 newly introduced categories. The Corporate Partner Impact Maker Award in recognition of organizations or institutions that demonstrate consistency and measurable impact through the corporate social responsibility initiatives, and the Disability and Inclusion Impact Maker Award, also to honor persons with disabilities who are making significant impact within their communities. Make your entries now. Remember, it's strictly 1 nomination, 1 entry per person. Nominations close on the 8th of March 2026. Join News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts.
Imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st of March, we're taking you on the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, Lakeside Branch, island boat rides, Segway adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Valley for pure relaxation and an evening bonfire and fun luxury cabins tucked away into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Kreppin Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip, it's nature, comfort, adventure, curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th and 21st of March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000 CDs, double 8,000 CDs. Call or WhatsApp Slevin on 053-100-3813 to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style.
Stella Apostle Ministries akekane hu biem dia jidifo hye mukasia ebreye ejidifo nyina mo se enka amen asemtire na dwumedi so ne the encounter e basu pese na match busum ya tosuba no 9 pepepe e wo Rain House Chapel not me God purpose visit hope be shanya me difo ne adufo kuku dam te say Prophet Eric Wahene Uche Amy Newman Kofi Sapon Jakalolomi Francis Amo, Abrasewa Ophelia, Esther Godwell, and Jumedi Ra, Stella Abasil, Sewupe Jumedi Nchemubia, Stella Abasil Official, was social media platforms Nidina so. Media sponsors Soul Impact Family Productions, Nasisha Jumedi Nina. The Encounter 2026, and in a memorable Pudipu, now with Shabran Sasa.
It's time to put the spotlight on indigenous Ghanaian businesses, homegrown innovations, products, and services. Is your product produced and made right here in Ghana? Then brace yourself for an exciting sales and music festival dubbed Ghana Fest 2026, the biggest sales and exhibition bazaar in March. To register as a business or vendor, call 053-100-3813 or 024-445-3929. Limited slots available. This event is powered by Joy Prime and Joy FM with support from Joy News and Hits FM. Ghana Fest 2026. Buy Ghana, sell Ghana, celebrate Ghana.
Love 99.5 FM presents the 7th edition of the Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz. This is where brilliance meets challenge as talented pupils from schools across the region go head-to-head, testing their knowledge in mathematics, English, science, and current affairs. It's more than just questions and answers. It's a celebration of learning, courage, and excellence. Watch as young leaders step onto the stage, confident, focused, and ready to make their mark. The Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz will be live on TV, Joy Prime and Joy Learning, and on your favorite radio station, Love 99.5 FM. The Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz, an avenue for kids to learn and have fun.
Notwithstanding, we think that instead of the president taking credit for it, he should give the credit to Dr. Bawumia. What belongs to Bawumia must be given to him. You cannot criticize an individual on a campaign platform only to assume the reins of government and implement the policy that you criticize. Today, agriculture has been abandoned. I am looking for Honorable Eric Opoku. I can't find him. He was such a loud voice on agriculture. And I respect him for the great debates he had on the floor. But where is Eric Opoku's voice today? His ministry has been rendered a good-for-nothing ministry. Look into the budget. Nothing was given to the ministry. Government has done nothing to promote agriculture. Production has not increased. All the numbers that they are parading are as a result of the gold board monopolization of the gold trade and then the gold for forex initiative that we introduced. By the way, according to the IMF, as at end 2025, the losses incurred by gold board and Bank of
Hello there, I am Gifty Auntie and welcome to TSP with Gifty Auntie. Hello there, and welcome to TSP with me, Gifty Auntie. And you can call me Punto Hema Gifty Auntie or Hema Gifty Auntie or simply Gifty Auntie. The title doesn't become me. No, wait. The title becomes me. I don't become the title. Do you get a difference? Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Welcome to TSP with me. And today we are in for proper education. The internet is here. Social media is here. We are all using it. But typical of Ghanaians, typical of my people, we do things when we don't understand. We just follow the trend. We just follow the trend. But today we are going to learn about cybersecurity, how to stay safe on the internet, on social media, or anytime you use that device called a phone. We are all having fun, but is that all?
What about the repercussions? Well, let me say thank you to Amazing Grace Enterprise for my beautiful fabric. My outfit is by Styles by Tope. My daughter Tope just hooked me up so beautifully. Thank you so much, Tope. And my hair by Esnash, beautifully styled by the lady who does my makeup. That's a Sedu at the Glow Bar. You know, I get 2 in 1. She does my makeup, styles my hair, sometimes helps me dress, not sometimes, always help me decide on what to wear, you know, depending on the topic that we are discussing. So I get 3 in 1. Thank you so much. I say, do our makeup products by Sigma Health and Beauty. My beads always by Twinny Craft, and then accessories by Studio Accessories. And the rest is this fine 56-year-old Impuntuhima of Ekunfi Nanabing. Yeah, that's me. All right. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome a brother. A brother who is prodigal, a son of the soil, who has gone, achieved, learned, and has decided to come and help his people every now and then. If you haven't heard him speak anywhere, anytime you see him on a flyer, you better go. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only cybersecurity expert, the Mr. Felix J. Asare. Ooh. Wow. The only difference is that he's taller than me, but he's my kid brother.
Powerful introduction.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Fine